Chapter 3065. You don't want to pay? Then go to hell, one of the three men, who only had one eye, said coldly. His murderous aura was suddenly released, making people feel a terrifying chill. My brother has a bad temper, but he's telling the truth. Another man laughed. Think about it. Only 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones can save both of your lives. No matter how you look at it, this is a better deal, right? Although that man was laughing, it was a mocking smile. It's indeed a good deal. Hand it over. Ling Xiao couldn't hold it in anymore. According to his character, he would have attacked long ago and wouldn't waste time talking nonsense with these guys. He just didn't attack because of Chang Qingqing's reminder. However, he said something that completely aroused the killing intent of the three men. You're courting death. The three of them finally stopped talking nonsense and pounced on Ling Xiao at the same time. Sister Chang, don't attack! Ling Xiao stood in front of Chang Qingqing excitedly and released an explosive aura. He instantly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Because the three of them were martial artists at the early stage of the 17th level of hell in Yin Yang realm, they weren't easy to deal with. Boom! Ling Xiao blocked the attacks of the three men alone. The terrifying sonic boom attracted the attention of many passers-by and the guards. That brat is only at the late stage of the 16th level of hell in Yin Yang realm. How dare he challenge martial artists at the 17th level of hell? He must be tired of living. The guards looked at Ling Xiao mockingly and sneered disdainfully. They saw such a scene a few times a month. Those young martial artists who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would usually end up in a tragic death. Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution. Bloody Devil Rat Level 1. Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao, who had reached the early stage of the 17th level of hell in Yin Yang realm, naturally knew how powerful martial artists at this level were. Because of this, he dared to fight 1 against 3. As his strength continued to rise, the three opponents were horrified to find that the terrifying germs were constantly corroding their bodies. They had no choice but to divert a large amount of their inner strength to deal with the bloodthirsty plague. As the saying went, the other went up. Although Ling Xiao had suffered some internal injuries, it was nothing serious. Instead, under the bombardment of the three great experts, the potential in his body was constantly unleashed. His cultivation sea was finally filled. Ling Xiao's cultivation had recovered by another level. He had reached the peak of the first revolution Yin Yang realm's 16th level of hell. In his peak state, he faced these three weak warriors from the 17th level of hell. Ling Xiao's disadvantage had gradually turned into an advantage. Heavenly flame, undying bird's flame. Black flames burned on his body. In an instant, the three of them were devoured. Back when he went to the Demon Dragon Sword Court and killed the 13 demon generals, he relied on the sudden attack of the strange flame. If others managed to avoid the deviant flame, they wouldn't die. But if he couldn't avoid it, he would definitely die. At the very least, no one below the first reincarnation divine stage could resist the terrifying power of the heavenly flame. Ling Xiao still had his immortal fire. If the immortal fire wasn't enough, Ling Xiao still had the divine fire. These were all divine skills that he relied on to save his life. Let's go, Sister Chang. Ling Xiao stopped and said to Chang Qingqing with a smile. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he had done. If he didn't dare take action when others wanted his life, he wouldn't be able to do so. Chang Qingqing didn't blame him either. She only nodded and the two of them stepped into Sky Absolute City. What a terrifying strange flame. What powerful defense. A guard looked in astonishment at the three people that had been burned to ashes. He could not help but sigh. In fact, the farce outside the city gates had nothing to do with them. It was a collaboration between the upper echelons of Sky Absolute City and the bandits. They were also very vexed. If anyone could vanquish the bandits, they would be more than happy to do so. Hey, that strange flame and that defense. Could it be Fire Cloud Palace's second-ranked Little Fire God? I heard that Little Fire God will be coming to Sky Absolute City to snatch the Fire Supreme Sword Art. Are you talking about the Fire Supreme catalog? It's said that the 9 catalogs can ultimately form a 9 Supremes catalog. From it, one can comprehend the 9 Supremes battle arts. These 9 Supremes battle arts can be comprehended into different martial arts according to one's specialty, regardless of what weapon or martial technique one is adept in. For example, if one uses a sword, it would be the 9 Supremes sword art. If one uses a saber, it would be the 9 Supremes saber art. In short, the ultimate technique comprehended would be a bona fide king-level ultimate technique. It doesn't exist in the 9 Supremes territory at present. That's right, it's the 9 Supremes catalog. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to the guard's words, but when he heard about the Fire Supreme catalog, Ling Xiao instantly perked up. He never expected to have such an unexpected gain. He had already obtained the Demon Supreme catalog, but it didn't seem likely that he could study it alone. He had to obtain all 9 catalogs before he could combine them into a perfect artifact and king-level martial art. He had to get it. No matter what Chang Qingqing said to Ling Xiao, this catalog was something that he absolutely could not miss. Ling Xiao, listen up. The Fire Supreme catalog is a supreme treasure that all the 9 Supremes factions are vying for. This time, people from Fire Cloud Palace and Manor of Spirits will probably appear. Even the experts in Sky Absolute City won't be spared. Although the news isn't conclusive, Heavenly Sword Hall will definitely send people over. Be careful. Don't be careless. Chang Qingqing also heard the guard's words and reminded him. Ling Xiao knew that there were 2 major sects near Sky Absolute City. One was Fire Cloud Palace, and the other was Manor of Spirits. Although they weren't as powerful as the Demon Dragon Sword Court and Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, they were still considered powerhouses. It was definitely not an easy task to vie for the Fire Supreme catalog with them. Especially among the younger generation, Fire Cloud Palace had produced Little Fire God, who was very famous in this generation. Manor of Spirits had also produced Young Master Spectre. Although these 2 people couldn't compare to Empress Lan and Mei Qin, they were definitely much stronger than Blood Robes, Heartless, and Lin Chuang. Rumor had it that Little Fire God was best at playing with fire and often used a terrifying demonic fire. However, his trump card was the terrifying deviant fire. His enemies would often all turn into ashes without leaving a single piece of armor behind. This was also the reason why the guards mistakenly believed that Ling Xiao was Little Fire God. Little Fire God wasn't a bounty hunter, but he liked to hunt warriors on the bounty list. Basically, no one had ever seen what his deviant fire looked like. This was because his enemies had all died under his demonic fire. Little Fire God's cultivation level had already reached the middle stages of the 17th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. Of course, such a cultivation level might not be considered impressive in the eyes of people like Chang Qingqing. However, there was no doubt that he was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. This was especially so since he could challenge those of a higher level. Chapter 3066. Now, Little Fire God was already a martial artist at the middle stage of the 17th level of Hell. Most likely, within the first transformation Yin Yang Realm and the 17th level of Hell, there should be no one who was his match. Of course, this was the judgment of outsiders, and not Little Fire God's own boasting. He was called Little Fire God, and even his original name was almost forgotten by people. It was because his use of flames was amazing. Young Master Yu Ling's information was not very detailed, but he should not be much worse than Little Fire God. Anyway, he was not someone to be trifled with. After entering Tianzhu City, Ling Xiao originally planned to change his appearance, but Chang Qingqing told him that there was no need. Tianzhu City was a very strange and special place. No matter what crime you committed, you could walk the streets in broad daylight here. The people in the city would not be afraid of you, and instead, they would do business with you. Therefore, in Tianzhu City, there were actually many people on the bounty list. There were also many people who committed serious crimes who came here to hide. No one understood what Heavenly Sword Hall was thinking, but it was true that for so long, There was basically no situation where a martial artist on the bounty list was attacked by a martial artist from Heavenly Sword Hall in Tianjin City. It was possible for a bounty hunter, after all, this was a lawless place in the true sense. But everyone also understood. In Tianjin City, there were some people who could not be offended, and these people were people from the Tianjin Wang residence. Tianjin Wang, a person who had helped the founder of Sword Dynasty to conquer the world in the past and made great contributions. Although he died later on, he was posthumously given the title of Tianjin Wang. His descendants were also given the title of nobles, and were as honorable as the royal family. If someone beat up someone from Tianjin Wang residence in Tianjin City, then Heavenly Sword Hall would send a top expert to suppress them. At that time, no one would be able to escape. Chang Qingqing had already told Ling Xiao about this matter 3 or 4 times. Ling Xiao felt that his ears were about to grow calluses. He also remembered clearly that he was not willing to provoke that kind of trouble. If he really provoked the highest battle strength of Heavenly Sword Hall, then wouldn't he be unable to escape? Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing began to look for a target. The person they were bidding for this time was a woman called Phantom. However, he wasn't sure which auction house it would be held at, so he had to find someone first. Fortunately, there were only a total of 10 auction houses in the Heaven Absolute City. Therefore, it wasn't that difficult to find one. They stopped in front of an auction house called Rare Goods House. After asking around, he found out that Phantom was in this auction house. However, there was still 2 hours before the auction began. Chang Qingqing was worried that she would miss the time, so she found a restaurant opposite the Rare Goods building and stayed there. Even after she found him, her expression was still one of worry. Ling Xiao knew what she was worried about. Before Phantom was rescued, she would not be completely at ease. In order to ease the tension, Chang Qingqing ordered a table of dishes downstairs and ate with Ling Xiao. She rarely spoke. As she ate, she looked at the Rare Goods building across the street. No one knew what she was thinking. Ling Xiao felt bored and simply buried his head in the food. Suddenly, a burning sensation came from outside the restaurant. Not only Ling Xiao, but almost everyone's attention was attracted. What a strong fighting spirit! What a frightening fire! What everyone saw was a young man in a fiery red battle robe. Not only was he dressed in red, but even his hair was dyed crimson. His entire body was emitting a strong fighting spirit. It was as if he was ready to fight at any time. Pretentious! Ling Xiao glanced at him and lost interest. A true expert wouldn't be so ostentatious. It was just a meal in a restaurant, but he was so ostentatious. It was as if he was afraid that others didn't know how powerful he was. That should be Little Fire God, Chang Qingqing said indifferently. It can't be wrong. Ling Xiao nodded and came to the same conclusion. The young man entered the restaurant and scanned the crowd in the hall. He was very proud of those surprised or admiring gazes. Then, he invited a very beautiful girl into the restaurant. Little Fire God, you're really impressive. Look at them, all of them are scared stiff. The girl laughed excitedly. It turned out that the reason why Little Fire God released such a strong fighting spirit was just to please this girl. That was really something. Good baby, now you believe me. In this Sky City, as long as I, Little Fire God, am here, no one dares to bully you. Little Fire God said and then walked to a table. There were already people sitting at the table. Get lost! His voice was like thunder. The people at the table also seemed to be people of status. Naturally, they wouldn't leave. They wanted to seek justice from Little Fire God. Little Fire God, although you're famous, we're not to be trifled with. Moreover, we found this table first. Why should we give it to you? Among the 4 people at the table, 3 of them were martial artists at the peak of the 16th level of Hell. One of them was at the early stage of the 17th level of Hell. If they joined forces, their strength would be really impressive. Therefore, while others were afraid of Little Fire God, the 4 of them were not. But they were really wrong. Little Fire God was very domineering. His strength was also very powerful. Suddenly, 4 balls of demonic fire emerged from his body. They instantly enveloped the 4 people. The 4 of them had clearly sensed it, and had clearly made a move to dodge, but it was all meaningless. The demonic fire still wrapped around them and burned them to ashes. "Waiter, clean up! Don't spoil my mood!" Little Fire God killed 4 people, and 4 people he didn't know, but he didn't even blink. "Yes, yes, yes!" The waiter hurriedly cleaned the table, chairs, and the floor. Then, he served Little Fire God wine and dishes. It seemed that he didn't intend to take money. The girl who was accompanying Little Fire God was so happy that she could barely contain her happiness. Her little face was flushed, and she looked at Little Fire God with eyes full of admiration. Sure enough, most girls at this age like strong and domineering people. "Ling Xiao, what do you think of him?" Chan Qingqing asked casually as she ate. They were quite far from Little Fire God's seat, and their voices were not loud, so he probably couldn't hear them. "He's not weak," Ling Xiao answered casually. "How does he compare to you?" Chan Qingqing asked again. "His cultivation level is higher than mine," Ling Xiao still answered casually. "But if it's a real battle, I'm not afraid of him." In fact, he was already being very polite when he said that. But that was only what he felt. What he didn't know was that Little Fire God had many diehard fans in Sky Absolute City. Just as he said that, a girl stood up from a seat beside him. The girl's cultivation level wasn't much, but her temper wasn't small. She pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and cursed. "Where did this egomaniac come from? How dare you compare yourself to my Adonis? My Adonis is a genius warrior second only to Empress Lan and Meichen. He is ranked second among the Fire Cloud Palace disciples." Chapter 3067. The young girl had obviously regarded Little Fire God as her dream man. Naturally, she could not stand Ling Xiao's disrespect towards Little Fire God. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was just a die-hard fan. He looked at the young girl with disdain and said, "To be honest, I have never heard of Little Fire God. But I do have some impression of Empress Lan Meichen." This was not false. Before Ling Xiao came to Tianjue City, he had never heard of Little Fire God. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly came from Little Fire God and blasted the table where Ling Xiao and Chan Qingqing were eating. The table shattered and the food scattered all over the floor. However, if one were to pay closer attention, they would realize that although the food splashed everywhere, it did not stain Ling Xiao or Chan Qingqing's clothes. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed as he turned to look at Little Fire God. Little Fire God was fawning over the woman opposite him and naturally could not embarrass himself. Someone actually dared to say that they had never heard of his name. Of course, he had to teach that person a lesson. "Kid, watch your words next time. Otherwise, the next one to shatter will not be the table, but you." Little Fire God did not even look at Ling Xiao and Chan Qingqing. His tone could not hide the arrogance and haughtiness. "So strong! Little Fire God is indeed Little Fire God. The moment he unleashed his power, I did not even feel his inner strength circulating. This speed is too fast." During the meal, some people could not help but praise. Hearing such praise, Little Fire God's expression became even more smug. The young girl sitting next to him was even more mesmerized by his domineering behavior. In the restaurant, there were many female warriors who became infatuated in an instant. They looked at Little Fire God as if they were suddenly in love. So domineering. So arrogant. As a woman, she should marry a man like that. "What are you looking at? Don't you know that my Prince Charming is being merciful? Look again and I will gouge your eyes out." Suddenly, the young girl at the next table saw Ling Xiao's cold gaze and could not help but clamor. She felt that Ling Xiao's actions were extremely disrespectful to her idol, Little Fire God. "Ling Xiao, a little impatience spoils great plans. Don't forget what we're here for." Chan Qingqing knew what Ling Xiao wanted to do. Once Ling Xiao made his move, the so-called Little Fire God might not be a match for him. However, before Phantom was rescued, Chan Qingqing did not want to cause any more trouble. Alright, I'll give you face, but only before we save Phantom. You may be able to take this kind of attitude, but I can't. Ling Xiao didn't even admit defeat in front of Devil Master Lan Mei, so how could he be afraid of a little fire god? However, he was a man of his word. Since he had agreed to help save Phantom, he would not act rashly. Buddy, change the table and the dishes. We'll still charge you, Chang Qingqing said to the waiter. Hee, two cowards, bah! Little fire god spat on the ground and then stopped caring about Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing. In his opinion, they were just two insignificant good-for-nothings. There was no need to pay attention to them at all. However, he didn't know that his actions today had angered Ling Xiao, and he was afraid that he would be in trouble soon. Seeing that little fire god was no longer paying attention to Ling Xiao, the girl at the next table said smugly, My idol is so magnanimous that he can tolerate a good-for-nothing like you. If it were me, I would have done it long ago. Humph. After saying that, she also sat down. Although she was angry, since little fire god didn't say anything, she didn't want to go against her idol's wishes. What an idiot! It's a waste of time for others to even look at you, but you care so much about others. Ling Xiao looked down on this girl. A pitiful person must have something detestable. Little fire god drank for a while and then left with his female companion. Their destination was rare goods. It was also the place Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing wanted to go. Could it be that the Fire Supreme catalog is in rare goods? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He looked at Chang Qingqing and said, Let's go, Miss Chang. The auction is about to start. Okay. Chang Qingqing was almost done eating. She nodded and got up to go out with Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the girl who was very disrespectful to Ling Xiao suddenly blocked their way. There were 3 other people with the girl. It seemed that their strength was not ordinary. However, compared to the 3 people who asked for spirit stones at the city gate, they were much weaker. Among the 4 people, the girl was the strongest. She was only at the peak of the 16th level of hell of the yin-yang state. The other 3 people were only at the late stage of the 16th level of hell of the yin-yang state. No one knew who gave them the courage to find trouble with Ling Xiao. What are you doing? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Don't you know what I'm doing? How dare you provoke my idol? Although my idol won't argue with you, it doesn't mean that I won't argue with you. The girl pulled out her weapon and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Get lost! Ling Xiao suddenly shouted coldly. Then, a terrifying sword essence was suddenly released. It turned into a sword and penetrated the girl's body. It suppressed the girl's soul. Although the sword essence could not kill people directly, it could make people feel extreme fear and lose the will to fight. It was a domineering, destructive, and murderous sword essence. The girl fell to the ground. The people who came with her also knelt on the ground. They were extremely terrified. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I didn't kill you because I think you're ignorant. If there's a next time, you'll die. Ling Xiao said ruthlessly and left the restaurant with Chang Qingqing. As soon as they left, the people in the restaurant started discussing. The sword essence that exploded from that person just now was really terrifying. I'm afraid he's after the Fire Supreme catalog. Yeah, the girl next to him seems even more terrifying. And the more I look at her, the more I feel like she's Chang Qingqing, who's ranked 7th on the bounty list. It can't be. If it's really Chang Qingqing, she wouldn't put little fire god in her eyes at all. She probably just looks like him. But they're really strong. Although they're not as strong as little fire god, they should be strong contenders for the Fire Supreme catalog this time. Yeah, there's a show to watch. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't hear these people's discussions. He and Chang Qingqing left the restaurant and went straight to the rare goods house. They didn't know what good things were being auctioned in the rare goods house today, but there was a long line outside the door. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing came early, so they were ranked in the 10th position. It would be their turn soon. Behind them, people came one after another, forming a line that was more than 10,000 meters long. It was quite an exaggerated scene. Just as they were waiting, Ling Xiao noticed that someone was cutting the line. They walked directly from the back to the front, not waiting in line at all. When this group of people arrived beside Ling Xiao, it happened to be Ling Xiao's turn. Chapter 3068. Line up! Ling Xiao didn't care who the person who cut the queue was, nor did he care why so many people didn't pay attention to him. Anyway, he couldn't cut the queue in front of him. That kid is crazy. He even dares to block young Master Spectre. Doesn't he know how bad-tempered young Master Spectre is? There were exclamations from the crowd. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and young Master Spectre. Young Master Spectre's cultivation was higher than Little Fire God's. He had already reached the late stage of the 17th level of Hell in Yin-Yang state. However, in terms of strength, he might not be able to defeat Little Fire God. After all, one's combat strength didn't depend on one's cultivation. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao challenge someone of a higher level? Not to mention that everyone was surprised by Ling Xiao's boldness. Even young Master Spectre didn't expect that. Someone actually dared to block his way. Suddenly, a cold evil aura was released from his body. Behind him, a strange white object appeared. Although it had eyes, it didn't have a human shape. It was obviously the Spectre Martial Soul. With the evil aura, a huge spectre flew out from young Master Spectre's hand and pounced on Ling Xiao. Young Master Spectre didn't lose to Little Fire God in terms of overbearingness. He didn't say anything and directly attacked. However, in the face of young Master Spectre's attack, Ling Xiao just smiled coldly. Suddenly, a golden light appeared on his body. In an instant, the spectre was directly eliminated. Am I seeing things? That kid actually eliminated young Master Spectre's spectre. I've never seen such a situation before. That's right. What happened? Most people only saw a golden light flashing on Ling Xiao's body. And it disappeared in an instant. The moment the golden light appeared, the spirit was erased. Therefore, they really didn't know what Ling Xiao had done. It seems that we have underestimated this young man. I'm afraid his strength is also extraordinary. Otherwise, how dare he stop young Master Spectre from cutting the queue? This was basically the opinion of everyone present. Many people knew how powerful young Noble Yu Ling was. That was why they ignored his action of cutting the queue. However, Ling Xiao dared to not take young Noble Spectre seriously. If it wasn't because he was strong, it wouldn't make sense. Who are you? Young Noble Spectre was also very curious that someone could resist his dark spirit energy so easily. His voice was cold and murderous. It was obvious that he was a little angry. And who are you? Ling Xiao asked. You don't even know young Master Spectre of the Spectre Mountain Villa? You've eaten so much for nothing. Someone next to him sneered. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and continued to look at young Master Yu Ling. That's right, I am young Master Spectre of the Spectre Mountain Villa. Young Noble Yu Ling finally spoke. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also reported his name. Upon hearing this name, young Master Yu Ling's pupils contracted abruptly, and his heartbeat accelerated. Is it that Ling Xiao on the bounty list? He asked anxiously. That's right. Ling Xiao said lightly. Young Noble Yu Ling's expression changed slightly. He was too familiar with this name. 2 days ago, he went to the demonic dragon sword court with the elders of the Spectre Mountain Villa. He couldn't believe his eyes. So many experts of the demonic dragon sword court were killed by Ling Xiao. The name Ling Xiao was also deeply imprinted in his heart. His elders had told him not to provoke this person. Hey, it's Ling Xiao on the bounty list. Sigh, it's the one who recently ranked 3rd. It's said that he made a scene in the demonic dragon sword court and left alive. The crowd was also in an uproar. The name Ling Xiao was now very popular in the Sword Dynasty. Is it true? Looking at his strength, it's impossible for him to do those things. Could it be another imposter? Yesterday, a guy who pretended to be Ling Xiao was killed. The cultivation that Ling Xiao displayed made it difficult for people to believe that he was the real Ling Xiao. However, young Noble Yu Ling didn't want to take the risk. Judging from the other party's arrogant attitude, it was most likely true. He gritted his teeth and didn't cut the line again. Instead, he stood behind Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing. Young noble Yuling was cautious, but it didn't mean that the people following him were cautious. The people of the Spectre Mountain Villa were used to running amok in Tianzhu City. Seeing that young noble Yuling was actually intimidated by the name Ling Xiao, he was a little unhappy. Watch me beat you out of your original form. Suddenly, a person stood out and directly punched Ling Xiao's head. This attack was clearly meant to kill Ling Xiao. Although his cultivation wasn't as good as young noble Yuling's, he was still at the early stage of the 17th level of hell. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Boom! The fist smashed hard on Ling Gao's head. Unexpectedly, the sound of something smashing against steel could be heard. The person who punched felt that his entire hand was numb and painful. Ling Xiao didn't dodge, because there was no need to. After executing the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, this person couldn't hurt him at all. After all, the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body was an advanced general-level martial art. Most martial artists at the 18th level of Hell might not be able to cultivate to this level of martial art. Cultivation C energy, 30%. Ling Xiao calculated silently. When facing the three bandits outside the city gate, Ling Xiao's cultivation had not only recovered to the peak of the 16th level. Moreover, the energy in his cultivation C had also directly increased to more than 20%. After being punched by this person, it directly increased to 30%. However, judging from the extent of this increase, this person's strength was really not that great. He didn't waste any more time. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel sneer, and his right hand shook lightly. A beam of sword light shot out inadvertently. Ah! A shrill scream came from that person's mouth. The person who attacked Ling Xiao had his entire right arm completely cut off, and blood flowed non-stop. The people of the Mansion of Spirits were originally gloating over Ling Xiao's misfortune. Even young Master Yuling wanted to use this person's attack to test whether this person who claimed to be Ling Xiao was the real Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't see how Ling Xiao did it at all. However, Ling Xiao's terrifying defense was something they had witnessed for themselves. "Senior brother, avenge me!" The martial artist who had his right arm cut off howled miserably. Young Master Yuling's face instantly darkened. "Brother, don't you think you've gone too far by doing this?" "Too far? I've gone too far." Originally, Ling Xiao only wanted to take one arm of the person who sneaked up on him, and he was already being merciful. This was because he didn't want to cause trouble. However, when he heard these words, his face suddenly turned cold. He turned around and pointed with his right hand. Blood immediately gushed out from the throat of the person who sneaked up on him. It seemed that he was about to die. You! How dare you kill me?" These were the last words he said before his death. After saying that, he fell to the ground and completely lost his breath. Even when he died, he didn't understand how he died. Chapter 3069. Looking at Ling Xiao, everyone had the same thought in their minds. This is definitely not an imposter. This is the real person. Only the real Ling Xiao would dare to not give young Master Yuling face and directly kill the people of the Mansion of Spirits. I'm already giving you face by sparing his life. Am I going overboard? Am I going overboard now? What can you do? Ling Xiao looked at young Master Yuling with a hint of disdain between his brows. He tried to kill me, but I didn't kill him because I was giving him face. But he didn't want it, so I can only send him to the afterlife. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but secretly nod. It was already wrong for the people of the Mansion of Spirits to cut the line, but they actually sneak attacked the other party. If it were an ordinary person, their head would have been blown off by that punch. Ling Xiao was still alive purely because he was capable enough. Even if he killed the other party, it wouldn't be too much. Only cutting off one of the other party's arms would be merciful and giving face. But the other party didn't want to give face, so he killed him. How normal was this logic? But would young Master Yuling accept such logic? Would he accept such a situation? Everyone looked at young Master Yuling, wanting to see what he was going to do. No matter what, even if Ling Xiao was right, he was not giving face to the mansion of spirits openly. It was a slap to young Master Yuling's face. Ling Xiao, even if you don't give me face, you should at least give face to the mansion of spirits. You actually killed my people in front of me, isn't this a little too arrogant? Young Master Yuling's evil aura became stronger and stronger, and his whole body was in a state that was about to fight. Everyone watched this scene nervously. Ling Xiao versus young Master Yuling. This was a battle that was very worth watching. I'm already giving face to the mansion of spirits by not killing him. It's you who don't want face, Ling Xiao said coldly. Since you know my identity, you should understand my temper. You still dare to provoke me, that's courting death. How is the mansion of spirits compared to the demon dragon sword court? Don't you know in your hearts? Young Sir Yuling's expression was somewhat ugly, although Ling Xiao's words were very unpleasant to hear. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao was right. The other party did not even give face to the demon dragon sword court and the demon master Lan Mimi. A mere mansion of spirits was not on the same level as the demon dragon sword court. Why should they give him face? This guy is too arrogant. Young Master, kill him! That's right, young Master. If we work together to kill this fellow, we'll be able to obtain a large amount of rewards. Maybe even the Demon Dragon Sword Court will send a letter of thanks to our mansion of spirits. At that time, I'll really have face. Most of the people in the Manor of Spectres did not have young Noble Spectre's eyesight. Young Master Yuling could sense how powerful Ling Xiao was, but they couldn't. That was why they were furious. They wanted revenge. If you want to kill me, just do it. What are you talking about? Ling Xiao looked at the people from the Mansion of Spirits mockingly, extremely arrogant. As for the people from the Mansion of Spirits, each and every one of their faces turned ugly. They were shouting happily, but in the end, they still had to rely on young Noble Spectre. If young Noble Spectre did not make a move, even if they were given 10 guts, they would not dare to deal with Ling Xiao. The corpses of their fellow disciples were still lying on the ground. That was a bloody reality. This Ling Xiao's strength is unfathomable. He can even kill the Demon King of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Although he might have used some secret technique, I definitely don't want to fight him head-on. I can only find another opportunity to plot against him. Young Noble Spectre was also a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, at this moment, he definitely did not want to have a head-on conflict with Ling Xiao. Moreover, he came to Tianjua City this time for the Fire Supreme Catalog, not to fight with others. If he really caused a huge commotion and caused Ling Xiao to go on a killing spree, others might benefit from it. Thinking of this, he finally made a decision. What was a little loss of face? After obtaining the Fire Supreme Catalog, he would slowly think of a way to kill Ling Xiao. He could not have a head-on conflict, but he had plenty of ways to plot against him. Although a fellow disciple had died, that fellow really deserved to die. Moreover, compared to the Fire Supreme Catalog, a cheap life was not worth mentioning at all. All of you, shut up! Young Noble Spectre shouted sternly. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. Young Noble Spectre was actually berating his subordinates and not preparing to fight with Ling Xiao? Was he afraid? Those people from the Spectre Mountain Villa could not understand. Young Noble Spectre was not like this usually. Today, his junior brother was clearly killed, but he still refused to make a move. Could it be that he was really afraid? Seeing that young Noble Spectre had stopped the people from the Spectre Mountain Villa, Ling Xiao did not intend to continue pursuing the matter. After all, business was more important. He received a VIP ticket and then stepped into the rare goods house with Chang Qingqing. A storm was temporarily over just like that. But almost everyone understood that this was just the beginning. The people from the Spectre Mountain Villa would probably not give up so easily. However, to be ranked third on the bounty list without being killed to date, this Ling Xiao was definitely not someone simple. Today's Heaven Absolute City was truly bustling. Ling Xiao obviously had no interest in considering what these people were thinking. At that moment, he had already entered the VIP seats with Chang Qingqing. Then, he reclined on the soft armchair. Chang Qingqing did not object to what Ling Xiao had done previously. At times, it was not good to be too cowardly because there would only be more trouble. It was better to display one's strength at appropriate times. Through the gigantic bay window, Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing could see the entire auction hall. There were a large number of seats below as well as the auction stage in the middle. Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing's room was occupied by Fire Cloud Palace's Little Fire God. Next to Little Fire God was the same young girl he had seen in the restaurant. However, the young girl seemed to have been nourished by the rain and dew, making her look more like a woman. Other than the Fire Supreme catalog, you have to pay attention to one more auction item for me, and that is a woman called Phantom. She's ranked 10th on the bounty list. Furthermore, she's so beautiful that it puts the moon to shame and flowers to shame. I have to get my hands on her this time. Little Fire God directly said that he was interested in another woman in front of the young girl. However, the young girl did not show any lack of understanding. To her, Little Fire God was a true god. He was not to be enjoyed by her alone. Second senior brother, if you like her, just give her to Mystical Goods Tower. I believe Phantom will be grateful to you and throw herself into your arms. There were a few people standing behind him. They were all Fire Cloud Palace disciples. Their bootlicking skills were not bad. Don't underestimate this Mystical Goods Tower. To be able to stand tall in Heaven Absolute City without collapsing, it naturally has something special about it. It's best we buy it with money. We don't lack money, Little Fire God said with a wave of his hand. Although Little Fire God was domineering in his actions, he was not without fear. Chapter 3070. I'll take the Fire Supreme Catalog. Phantom, I'll take it too. Since Little Fire God had come to Tianju City this time, he did not plan to return empty-handed. In fact, he greedily wanted to get both items. Of course. Even the people from Mansion of Spirits can forget about snatching it from us. A group of bootlickers behind him said. Little Fire God was in a good mood. While they were talking, the auction had already begun. There were a total of 12 items, all carefully selected by Rare Goods House. However, Chang Qingqing and Ling Xiao were not interested. Chang Qingqing's target was Phantom. If possible, she would naturally want to get the Fire Supreme catalog. Ling Xiao only had one target, and that was the Fire Supreme catalog. As for other items, if they were suitable, he would naturally want them. Unfortunately, all the way until the 10th item, which was the Phantom, appeared, there was nothing that he wanted. Phantom was the target of this mission. He was not in a hurry. Chang Qingqing would naturally bid. The wanted criminal ranked 10th on the bounty list, Phantom. Not only is she beautiful, she also has a very powerful strength. If you buy her back and take our special obedient medicine, I guarantee that she will be obedient to you, the host said loudly. Ling Xiao did not like slave auctions. He even felt a little disgusted. They were all humans, but they had to be sold here. That feeling was really uncomfortable. This probably had something to do with another memory in his mind. The starting price of Phantom was 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. This price was just right for Phantom's bounty. If someone wanted to bid her back and get the bounty, they could forget about it. Perhaps it was because the host was very attractive to Phantom's publicity. With such a starting price, it quickly rose to 3,500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. To be honest, although Phantom was not bad, spending 3,500,000 middle-grade spirit stones to buy a woman was still very debatable. 4 million! Suddenly, a voice came from the VIP box. The voice was filled with a blazing aura that rippled through the entire auction house. Everyone felt the threat and oppression of that blazing aura. Little Fire God wanted to tell others that it was best not to compete with him. Otherwise, they would suffer. People looked at the VIP box and felt as if there was a fire burning in the box. It was incomparably hot. It's Fire Cloud Palace's Little Fire God! Although they couldn't see the situation in the private room, many people guessed correctly. He had long heard that Little Fire God was reckless and overbearing. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was indeed extraordinary. He even dared to threaten everyone in the auction house. However, there was a foundation for his tyranny. He wasn't the only one with outstanding talent and strength. Furthermore, backing him was the powerful Fire Cloud Palace. At the very least, in this generation of Heaven Absolute City, Fire Cloud Palace was extremely powerful. Only Manor Spectre could barely match it. Many experts gave Little Fire God face because of the Fire Cloud Palace backing him. That was why Little Fire God was so arrogant. When this voice was heard, the auction house instantly quieted down. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and announce it. Is there anyone who dares to snatch it from me?" Little Fire God said proudly as he looked at the host. "Hee 4.01 million! Just as Little Fire God finished speaking, someone made a bid. It was only an increment of 10,000, which happened to be the lowest bid. It was obvious that someone wanted to go against Little Fire God. "Who is it?" Little Fire God was incensed. Someone actually dared to vie with him for a woman. He was courting death. "Get out here!" Little Fire God didn't make a bid. Instead, he roared in the direction of the voice. That voice also came from the VIP room, right next to his treasure chest. As he spoke, he shattered the wall with a punch. It exposed the person in the other treasure chest. "Heh, Little Fire God, you sure are impressive. I, young Master Spectre, really wish to compete with you today." "Young Master Spectre?" Everyone present was astonished. That's right. In the Sky Absolute City, there weren't many people who dared to go against Little Fire God. This young Master Yuling was one of them. Manor Spectre's faction was in no way inferior to Little Fire God. Similarly, young Master Spectre's strength was in no way inferior to Little Fire God. Therefore, he dared to do so. "You are courting death!" Even against young Master Spectre, Little Fire God remained arrogant. "Whether I'm courting death or not, you'll know once you give it a try," young Master Spectre sneered. At this time, Phantom, who was being auctioned off as a slave, was in despair. A miserable expression appeared on her face. Whether she fell into the hands of young Master Spectre or Little Fire God, she wouldn't have a good life. She would definitely be tortured to death. A ball of fire appeared behind Little Fire God. A terrifying blazing aura rushed toward young Master Spectre. Behind young Noble Spectre, a huge spectre appeared. A cold evil aura rushed toward Little Fire God. The two auras collided in the void and exploded. It actually blew up several VIP rooms. Most people could only admit that they were unlucky when facing these two people. They hurriedly left, afraid that they would be involved in the battle between these two people. But two people didn't leave. A man and a woman. They were still sitting there motionless, and even seemed to be discussing something in a low voice. Everything around them seemed to have nothing to do with the two of them. Are those two people stupid? The battle between Little Fire God and young Master Spectre will definitely affect them. Who knows? But they are probably quite strong. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to be so calm. No matter how strong they are, they probably can't compare with Fire Cloud Palace and Spectre Manor. As the crowd discussed, Little Fire God and young Master Spectre had already exchanged blows several times. Every time they exchanged blows, the two would increase the price. This caused Phantom's auction price to quickly rise to 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was already equivalent to the bounty of Phoenix by Fong. Heh, I've long heard that Little Fire God is lustful. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed the case. I can't take out 5 million mid-grade spirit stones to buy a woman. Forget it, I'll give her to you. Young Master Spectre suddenly laughed and stopped. At least you know what's good for you. Little Fire God wasn't happy. No one would be happy to have an extra million mid-grade spirit stones to buy Phantom. However, it felt good to be able to suppress young Master Spectre in terms of aura. He looked at the MC again and said, "Announce the results." The MC nodded and was about to strike the gavel in his hand. All of a sudden, Another discordant voice rang out. 5,010,000. The person who spoke was none other than Ling Xiao. They had previously discussed that Ling Xiao would bid because Chang Qingqing wasn't used to such occasions. Of course, the money would be paid by the Nine Defiance organization. The moment Ling Xiao said that, young Master Spectre noticed him. He couldn't help but frown, but immediately chuckled secretly. It was a good opportunity for Little Fire God to test Ling Xiao's capabilities. Little Fire God would be annoyed. Chapter 3071. Little Fire God was very upset. It was one thing for young Master Yu Ling to compete with him, but now, nobody dared to disrespect him. If this went on, how could he survive in the future? That kid is really brave. I've seen him in the restaurant. He was so scared by Little Fire God that he didn't even dare to fart. Why is he suddenly so brave now? He's obsessed with women. He's willing to give up his life for them. That kid must be out of luck. Young Master Yu Ling has already given up, but he still dares to get involved. He's simply courting death. Many people thought so, especially those who had been in the restaurant. But there were also some people who remained silent. These people had witnessed Ling Xiao killing the disciples of Mansion of Spirits, but he was not afraid of young Master Yu Ling at all. How could such a person be an ordinary person? Little Fire God quickly thought of Ling Xiao. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a sneer as he looked at Little Fire God and said, "It seems that in the restaurant, that punch should have smashed your head instead of just smashed your table. Kid, listen to me. I want this woman. If you dare to raise the price again, I'll kill your whole family." Having said that, he added another 10,000. 5,020,000. Little Fire God thought that his threat had worked and that the other party would no longer dare to compete with him. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would raise the price again just as he finished bidding. 6 million! Ling Xiao directly raised the price to 6 million medium spirit stones to tell Little Fire God that he was determined to get Phantom. He did not put Little Fire God in his eyes at all. It was as if the one competing with him for Phantom was just a clown who was not worth his concern at all. It seems that you're really courting death. Little Fire God was finally annoyed. Suddenly, a raging fire surged and a terrifying fire snake violently pounced on Ling Xiao's side of the wall. There was a loud bang. The entire wall of Ling Xiao's box was destroyed. Even Little Fire God's own box was destroyed by the terrible flames. Everyone could clearly see Little Fire God and Ling Xiao. The fire snake didn't stop there. After breaking the wall, it went straight for Ling Xiao. It was as if it wanted to burn Ling Xiao to ashes. Little Fire God was just that rude and unreasonable. The technician bird sneered and waved his hand. The roaring fire snake disappeared. He stood up and looked disdainfully at Little Fire God. Little Fire God? I think he should be called a big idiot. If you can't afford it, don't embarrass yourself here. Are you stupid enough to destroy other people's buildings to show off how brave you are? Little do you know that by doing so, you are only causing trouble for your sect and Fire Cloud Palace. Ling Xiao's voice was loud as he mocked Little Fire God in front of everyone. Even young Master Yu Ling wouldn't dare to do such a thing. I'm rude and unreasonable, I'm overbearing, so what? After I kill you, I'll see who else dares to snatch it from me. Little Fire God would never back down in front of his woman. He knew that Ling Xiao was mocking him. But so what? He didn't care. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he would still be the absolute winner. That was enough. Heh, is that so? Ling Xiao sneered and said. Feel free to attack. I'll take it on. Do you think I don't dare? As Little Fire God spoke, his terrifying aura turned more powerful than before. The flames that surged into the sky had turned from fey fire to strange fire. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao and attack with all his might. Heh, young heroes, why don't you give me some face? This is Mystical Goods Tower, not a place for you to brawl. Suddenly, a graceful woman descended from the void and landed on the auction stage. She was dressed extravagantly and had outstanding looks. Just her gaze was enough to mesmerize thousands of men. But what caught Ling Zhao's attention the most was her strength. Just a single sentence from her was enough to make him feel her aura surge out, suppressing little fire god's aura. What a powerful woman! Her cultivation has probably reached the peak of the 17th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. Ling Zhao thought to himself. It's the lady boss of Mystical Goods Tower, Mei Ruo Fox. She's just like her name. She's a vixen. She's so coquettish. Sure, keep your voice down. Not only does she look coquettish, but she's also very powerful. Be careful not to offend her. You'll suffer. The appearance of Mei Ruo Fox gave little fire god a different idea. He had heard that the lady boss of Mystical Goods Tower was beautiful, but he had never seen her in person. Now that he saw her, he was stunned. After thinking about it, he thought that he could give Phantom to Ling Zhao and take the opportunity to snatch her away. At this moment, he should give Mei Ruo Fox some face. If he did, he might even be able to win her favor. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Since the lady boss has said so, I'll back out." "Thank you, little fire god." Beautiful Fox winked at little fire god, and little fire god's eyes glowed with lust. Just like that, Ling Zhao bought Phantom for a high price of 6 million. Of course, he guessed that Zhou and I would not accept the money. He might even have to ask the person who kidnapped Phantom for money. However, this had nothing to do with him for the time being. Zhou Ni's mission had been completed. He had to work hard for his goal. Because of Mei Ruo Fox's appearance, the battle was suddenly stopped. The original host left the auction stage, and Mei Ruo Fox personally presided over the next auction. The next item is one of the finale items of this auction. It's said to be related to the Fire Supreme catalog, but I don't know if it's really related. So, whether you want it or not depends on your taste. As she spoke, Mei Ruo Fox waved her hand, and a magnificent landscape painting appeared in front of the crowd. It floated in the air. No one was holding it, but it would not fall. However, they could not see how this painting was related to the Fire Supreme catalog. Many people could not make up their minds at the moment. After all, in recent auctions, there were many items that used the 9 Supremes catalog to trick people. It would be a waste of money to buy it. Let's look at the starting price. If it's not high, it's okay to buy it. Almost everyone had the same thought. Mei Ruo Fox smiled and said, "The starting price for this item is 1 million mid-grade spiritual stones." As soon as she said this, there was a sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones to buy something that might not even be related to the Fire Supreme catalog. It was not worth it at all. 1 million low-grade spiritual stones was still acceptable. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Mei Ruo Fox's expression did not change. This item was used to trick people. This item was originally left in the House of Rare Goods after a wanderer was killed. She could sell it for as much money as she wanted. Chapter 3072. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, I'll try my luck. Young Sir Yuling thought for a while and said. He was a rich man, so he naturally didn't care about 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. It didn't matter even if he lost it. But others didn't dare to compete with him. 1,010,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I'll try my luck too. Ling Zhao's voice sounded again. This made young Sir Yuling frown. Little Fire God, on the other hand, was gloating. Just now, he had no choice but to take action because of Ling Zhao. Now it was young Sir Yuling's turn. And the more people Ling Zhao offended, the better he felt. If he wanted to kill Ling Zhao, no one would stop him. What are you doing? Chang Qingqing frowned and said. Zhou and I won't pay for this thing, and 1 million mid-grade spirit stones is too expensive. Don't worry, Sister Chang, I'll buy it with my own money. It's mine. Of course, Ling Zhao wanted to buy this. Others couldn't see it, but his Tai Chi eye could. This landscape painting was a picture-in-picture. What was contained within it was the famous Fire Supreme catalog. He had never seen the Fire Supreme catalog, but he had seen the Demon Supreme catalog. These two catalogs were similar, and had distinct characteristics. At a glance, one could tell that they were authentic. Unfortunately, no one here knew what they were. He wanted to shout directly, but he was afraid that others would notice. Now that young Sir Yu Ling had shouted, it was equivalent to giving him a reason. The battle between young Sir Yu Ling and Little Fire God had almost destroyed his private room. Wasn't it enough for him to be angry? There's no need, Ling Xiao. You're angry with me over a painting. Young Sir Yu Ling frowned and said, I have money, so what if I like it? Ling Xiao deliberately made himself seem a little impulsive and ignorant. Stupid guy. Young Sir Yu Ling really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. That hatred was simply unbearable. Just now, when they were queuing outside, Ling Xiao didn't give him face. Now, he still dared to do so. Humph, I won't add more. You can have this kind of thing if you want. Young Sir Yu Ling snorted and sat down. Next was the last thing. Although he didn't know what it was, it must be more worthy of attention than the painting and the phantom. He had saved money and was prepared to buy it. Originally, no one was interested in this thing. Since young Noble Spectre did not compete for it, Little Fire God did not compete for it either. The real finale was at the end, so he had to save some money. Next up is the final item of this auction, which is also the most valuable item in this auction. This is the crystal core of a demonic beast from the Dragon Clan. Its quality is extremely high. Our people found it in an ancient mine. Its owner might have already reached the reincarnation divine realm when he was alive. If you were to obtain the core of the demonic beast and refine it into a pill, not only would it raise your cultivation, it would also grant you the dragon's blood and strengthen your body. The starting price is 2 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Every bid must be at least 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Perhaps he was unhappy that Ling Xiao and the others had increased the price by 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones each time, but this time, he increased the price by 10 times. It's a dragon beast core. My Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul is too low grade and needs to be upgraded. Obtaining this thing will definitely make me stronger. Ling Xiao had accidentally obtained the Fire Supreme catalog and was not very interested in the auction. But when he saw the last item, he became happy again. This auction really came at the right time. However, the pressure of competition would be greater. The reason why this item was the last item was because of its high value. Everyone wanted it. Looking at the eyes of those people, they were all excited and greedy. They were ready to bid. 2,100,000. Finally, someone shouted. 2,500,000. 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones. The price soared all the way from the base price of 2 million to 5 million. It was second only to the price of the Phantom. However, this was not the final price, especially since Little Fire God and young Master Yu Ling had yet to bid. 6 million. Finally, young Noble Spectre spoke. He raised the price from 5 million to 6 million. As expected of the young master of Yuling Mountain Villa, he was rich. Ling Xiao could not compare to them. 6,100,000. This time, it was Little Fire God who bid. Yuling Mountain Villa had caused trouble for Little Fire God before. This time, Little Fire God would not let go of the opportunity to take revenge. Moreover, he also wanted the Dragon Beast core very much. You too can have it. Why don't you give it to me? 7 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Ling Xiao said coldly. He had a total of 7 million mid-grade spiritual stones. He bid all of them in one go. He had no intention of raising the price. If he could buy it at this price, it would be a good deal. However, it was unlikely. Little Fire God was annoyed when he heard his bid. 8 million. I'll bid 10 million. Young Noble Yu Ling was determined to get the Dragon Clan's crystal core. Although 10 million mid-grade spiritual stones was a huge burden for Yuling Mountain Villa. However, Yuling Mountain Villa believed that his strength would increase greatly if he could get his hands on the Dragon Beast core. It was a good deal. Damn it. Rich people really don't care about money. Ling Xiao cursed and shrugged his shoulders. He really wanted to sell himself to Heavenly Sword Hall. At least he could get 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Together with the mid-grade spiritual stones he had, it would be enough. Little Fire God also gave up on bidding. From the looks of it, Fire Cloud Palace was still at a disadvantage in terms of funds compared to Yielding Mountain Villa. Just like that, the Dragon Beast Core became Yielding Mountain Villas. However, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. After all, the price he had paid was too high. He gave Little Fire God and Ling Xiao a cold glance before turning to walk backstage. He had to get his hands on the Dragon Beast Core. Although he had bled a lot, it did not matter. Little Fire God stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. If not for Mang Roha saving you, you would be dead. You better hide here forever. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die the moment you step out. After saying those harsh words, he turned to leave. That kid really offended Little Fire God and Yielding Mountain Villa. I wonder where he got the guts from. I've seen plenty of people like him. He's just a frog at the bottom of a well who doesn't know what's good for him. However, why does the name Ling Xiao sound so familiar? How is that possible? How can trash like him be famous? There was a flurry of discussion as they prepared to leave the auction hall to watch the show. They absolutely believed that, be it Little Fire God or Yielding Mountain Villa, they would not let Ling Xiao off. Chapter 3073. Ling Xiao didn't seem to care about Little Fire God and young Sir Spectre's threats at all. He walked straight to the backstage. Sister Chang, when the fight starts later, you and Phantom should leave first. I'll deal with the trouble I caused myself, Ling Xiao suddenly said. That's impossible. Chang Qingqing shook her head and said, I brought you out, so I have a reason to bring you back safely. This woman didn't talk much, but she was very principled in doing things. All right, thank you in advance. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. For such a principled person, no matter how much he said, it was useless. When they reached the backstage, Chang Qingqing went to pick up Phantom. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, took away his painting. It was the Fire Supreme catalog. In this way, he had already obtained 2 of the 9 Supremes catalog. Little brother, can you wait for a moment? Just as he was about to leave, the lady boss of Rare Merchandise House, Mei Ruhu, walked over and smiled. How should I address you, little brother? Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao on the bounty list? That's right. After saying that, Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing left with Phantom. Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, the corners of the fox-like mouth curled up into a smile. I'll let you fight with Little Fire God and young Noble Spectre first. Next time, our rare goods house will have an even better treasure, hee. Work hard, little guy. Even a phantom shadow could be auctioned for a high price of 6 million mid-grade spirit stones. The price of this soaring cloud could only be higher. After all, the Devil Dragon Sword Court wanted him very much. The Heavenly Sword Hall also wanted this guy. The moment they were about to step out of the Rare Merchandise House, Ling Xiao, Chang Qingqing, and Phantom felt danger approaching. Ling Xiao sneered. He lifted his foot and walked out. Ling Xiao, you really have guts to come out. Why don't you come with me to the Mansion of Spectres for a chat? A gloomy aura came from the void. Young Master Spectre appeared outside the Rare Goods building. He watched the battle between Ling Xiao and found that Ling Xiao was not that powerful. This time around, he absolutely could not allow Ling Xiao to leave the Sky Absolute City alive. Otherwise, even if young Master Yu Ling was embarrassed, the Manor of Spirits would also be embarrassed. Not interested. Ling Xiao didn't continue walking forward. He just stood there and looked at young Noble Spectre coldly. The other party was here to look for trouble. Naturally, they would not let him leave so easily. Today's battle was unavoidable. Little Fire God, why don't you come out as well? Since you're all looking for trouble, why don't you come at me together? I don't want to waste my time. He suddenly looked at the crowd. Little Fire God and the Fire Cloud Palace members were indeed blocking Ling Xiao's path. When everyone heard this, they all sighed endlessly. This Ling Xiao sure is gutsy. He took the initiative to provoke young Noble Spectre and Little Fire God. Does he really think he can deal with the two of them? Even if he doesn't do that, the two of them won't let him off, right? By doing so, he's just trying to gain some face. He's such a person. The people who were waiting outside to watch the commotion were gloating. After all, Ling Xiao was on the wanted list. To most people, he was a bad guy. It was understandable that they supported Little Fire God and young Noble Spectre. Little Fire God, did you hear that? He's provoking the two of us. Shouldn't we put aside the grudge between us for the time being? Young Noble Spectre said with a smile. That's exactly what I want. Compared to you, a frog in a well like you is more infuriating. Little Fire God said coldly. Since he wants the two of us to attack together, let's attack together. It's a good opportunity to see who's stronger. Oh? What do you mean? Young Noble Spectre asked curiously. Simple. Whoever kills him is stronger. However, we are not allowed to obstruct the other party. Little Fire God said. Good idea. Let's kill him. We'll each have one of the two women beside him. Although young Noble Spectre wasn't as lecherous as Little Fire God, he was equally lustful when it came to fair ladies. I want Phantom, Little Fire God said. No problem. The other one is mine, young Noble Spectre said with a smile. The two of them went back and forth, completely ignoring Ling Xiao and company. Although Phantom was strong, she had been tortured in various ways by Mystical Goods Tower. Her strength was no longer what it was before. Furthermore, her body was extremely weak. It was a good opportunity to obtain her without fear of being killed. Other than Phantom, Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing, they really didn't think much of them. Those who saw this scene were somewhat excited. Those two are good women. Unfortunately, that fellow named Ling Xiao is too arrogant. He actually offended two geniuses of Fire Cloud Palace and Spectre Mountain Manor. Even if he's courting death, that's not the way to seek it. From the point of view of the onlookers, if the two women were defiled, it had to be because Ling Xiao was resisting Little Fire God and young Noble Spectre. Instead, the two of them were not in the wrong. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. There's no point in living scum like you in this world, right? Ling Xiao suddenly revealed his killing intent. The terrifying bloodlust took on a corporeal form as it surged towards young Noble Spectre and Little Fire God. He was really going to fight the two of them alone. I'll help you, Phantom said through clenched teeth. After being humiliated in such a manner, she absolutely could not let others suffer for her. It's good that you have such intentions. Sister Chang, watch her. Don't let her do anything rash. These two aren't my match. Instead, they're my opportunity. What Ling Xiao needed was such an opportunity. Only this kind of opportunity could increase his cultivation and allow him to become stronger faster. He was not afraid of getting hurt. After experiencing countless life and death battles, he had long been familiar with how to protect himself. As long as it was not a fatal injury, the combination of elixirs and life martial soul could solve it. Even if it was a fatal injury, he could still use the powerful life backtrack skill. Wow, your killing intent is very strong. But it's just for show. Little Fire God sneered. He did not take Ling Xiao's killing intent to heart at all. He only cared about the bet between him and young Noble Spectre. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Kill. Little Fire God moved. Like a roaring tropical storm, he rushed towards Ling Xiao. The burning demonic fire made him look like a real god of fire. The fighting intent that bloomed in an instant was blazing and powerful. The surrounding onlookers were all shocked. When Little Fire God attacked, young Noble Spectre naturally did not want to be left behind. If there was no bet, he might not be in such a hurry. But now, he did not want to lose to Little Fire God. A gust of evil wind whistled. Young Noble Spectre's body released an extremely cold and gloomy aura. It was even colder than real ice. It was a kind of evil cold wind. It was so evil that it penetrated deep into one's soul. These two are really terrifying. They live up to their reputation. Many people had only heard of Little Fire God and young Noble Spectre, but they had never seen them fight. Chapter 3074. Previously, many people were doubtful of Little Fire God and young Master Spectre's strength. But after seeing it today, they were completely convinced. The duo's strength was definitely among the best among their peers. Among those of the same level of strength, they were definitely the best. That Ling Xiao can only wait to be burned to death by the fiendish fire, the Fire Cloud Palace members constantly shouted. They obviously hoped that the person who killed Ling Xiao would be Little Fire God and not young Master Spectre. As for Ling Xiao, they believed that he would not even be able to withstand a single strike. What happened in Rare Goods Tower was just Little Fire God showing mercy. He was afraid that smashing Rare Goods Tower would bring trouble. No, Ling Xiao will definitely be tortured to death by Spectre's frost aura. The Spectre Mountain Villa members similarly supported young Master Spectre. To them, young Master Spectre was an invincible existence. Ling Xiao actually dared to kill someone from Spectre Mountain Villa. Today, he had to die. Nearly everyone believed that Ling Xiao would die. Apart from Chang Qingqing. Chang Qingqing stopped Phantom, who wanted to help. She shook her head and said, "There's no need. His third place on the bounty list isn't for nothing. Don't worry. If there's any danger, I won't stand idly by." Phantom was taken aback as she looked at the battlefield in disbelief. She could not understand where Chang Qingqing's confidence came from. How could Ling Xiao deal with the combined attacks of Little Fire God and young Master Spectre? It didn't seem realistic. The rest of the people were guessing whether Little Fire God would kill Ling Xiao first, or if young Noble Spectre would do it first. Under their watchful gazes, Ling Xiao's body instantly transformed. The infinite heavenly rat beast soul transformation coupled with the imperial celestial dragon body and the first level of sanguine rat fiend. The beast soul of the purple lightning thunderbull, the nine snake general, and the undying bird were also released. The three beast souls that could still increase Ling Xiao's combat strength. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt very calm. Against two experts. He knew that he was definitely not their match. But this was only temporary. As long as he didn't die, he had a solution. Rumble! The two terrifying energies hit Ling Xiao at the same time, and then completely rushed into Ling Xiao's body. The terrifying energy ravaged Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was sent flying. Half of his body was demonic fire, while the other half was frigid. His aura also decreased sharply at that moment. Phantom screamed and was about to rush forward to save him when Chang Qingqing stopped her. "Calm down. I know he bought you and saved you. You don't want him to die. But you underestimate him too much. Look down on you." Chang Qingqing's words were overheard by young Master Spectre and Little Fire God. Both of them looked very unhappy. Did they underestimate Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao had clearly been beaten half to death. Even if he wasn't dead, he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. In fact, their judgment was not wrong. With the terrifying strength of Little Fire God and young Master Spectre, they attacked Ling Xiao, who was only at the peak of the 16th level of hell. It was a miracle that Ling Xiao didn't die. This meant that he was much stronger than ordinary martial artists of the same cultivation level. But it was impossible for him to be fine. But all of this was within Ling Xiao's calculations. He didn't hesitate to let young Master Spectre and Little Fire God's attacks hit his body because he wanted to stimulate more potential in his body. In order to protect his body from being damaged, he would release a lot of potential in his body. This would quickly fill up his cultivation C. He didn't want to wait. He wanted to recover his previous cultivation as soon as possible and continue to improve his cultivation. Now that the enemies he encountered were getting stronger and stronger, he couldn't continue to waste time here. Otherwise, once people found out that the Fire Supreme Catalog and Demon Supreme Catalog were in his hands, he wouldn't be able to keep them. When his cultivation broke through, Ling Xiao was already on the verge of death. But in the blink of an eye, he was full of energy again. This scene was simply strange. It was incomprehensible. Of course, Ling Xiao used Life Backtrack because he wanted to rely on Life Backtrack to withstand the attacks of young Master Spectre and Little Fire God. Once he recovered to the early stage of hell, the 17th level of Yin-Yang realm, these two people would no longer be his opponents. Are you scratching my itch? Ling Xiao looked at young Master Spectre and Little Fire God with contempt. He cancelled his previous state. He entered the Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation. He became famous on the bounty list because of the Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation. Today, he would use the Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation to defeat both of them at the same time. Little Fire God and young Master Spectre were very surprised that Ling Xiao didn't die. The two of them looked at each other and immediately attacked again. But this time, the attack was more powerful than the previous one. Previously, they looked down on Ling Xiao and didn't think that Ling Xiao could withstand their joint attack. This time, it was different. In order to save face, they couldn't let Ling Xiao continue to live. Kill! The demonic fire turned into strange fire. Little Fire God wanted to completely kill Ling Xiao. His angry roar exploded in the void like thunder. The terrible strange fire enveloped Ling Xiao's body. You're not dead yet! Young Master Spectre also attacked. This time, he took out a sword. The sword was almost transparent. The Spectre martial soul merged into the sword, and the sword seemed to come to life. The horrible sword essence soared in an instant. Young Master Spectre stabbed at Ling Xiao with his sword. He wanted to cooperate with Little Fire God to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't care about the previous bet anymore. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, it was enough. Facing the attacks of the two, Ling Xiao still didn't know what to do. Last time, he was only defending in order to break through the cultivation as soon as possible. This time, he wanted to take the initiative to attack. Bloodthirsty Plague! The sudden outbreak of the Bloodthirsty Plague instantly penetrated the bodies of Little Fire God and young Master Spectre. Their movements suddenly slowed down a lot, and they had to consume a lot of internal force to suppress the terrible bacteria. Kill! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao released the Undying Flame. This strange fire devoured Little Fire God's strange fire, and then rushed at young Master Spectre. Boom! Ah! A shrill scream came from young Master Spectre's mouth. He was burned alive by the strange fire. Young Master Spectre is dead? He was burned to death. Is it Little Fire God's strange fire? Why? Most people didn't see what Ling Xiao did. They only saw Little Fire God and young Master Spectre attacking Ling Xiao, but young Master Spectre was burned to ashes by the strange fire. Young Master Spectre, who was at the late stage of hell at the 17th level of Yin-Yang realm, died without knowing anything? He died without knowing why. It wasn't me! Little Fire God shook his head and was a little dumbfounded. I attacked Ling Xiao. Why are you looking at me? Are you all blind? That guy also knows how to use strange fire. He killed young Master Spectre. Are you stupid? Young Master Spectre and I have a common enemy. Why would I kill young Master Spectre? Little Fire God was also stunned. Young Master Spectre's death was too sudden. Chapter 3075. Young Master Spectre had been burned to death by the strange fire. Little Fire God was also frightened out of his wits. After all, Spectre Mountain Manor and Fire Cloud Palace were existences on the same level. Once they were embroiled in the matter of young Master Spectre, it would only benefit others. Therefore, he had to give a clear explanation. He was not the one who killed young Master Spectre, but Ling Xiao. What a despicable punk! He actually wants to sow discord and instigate a war between our Spectre Mountain Manor and Fire Cloud Palace. Compared to Ling Xiao, the people from Spectre Mountain Manor were clearly more willing to believe in Little Fire God. Furthermore, although they did not see how Ling Xiao had attacked, everyone had a feeling that Ling Xiao had done something at that instant. It resulted in young Master Spectre's tragic death. Ling Xiao sneered and did not say a word. He picked up young Master Spectre's storage ring that had fallen to the ground. The Dragon Clan's crystal core was still in there. How lucky! After wandering around for a while, it finally landed in his hands. He had saved 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. Brothers, let's fight it out with him. He actually dared to kill young Master Spectre and snatch his storage ring. Kill him! The people from Spectre Mountain Manor were not that strong, but they were extremely rash and foolish. Ling Xiao was not even afraid of the combined forces of Little Fire God and young Master Spectre, so what could they do? As a result, a group of people charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao put away the dragon crystal core and looked coldly at these people. Have you forgotten what I did in the demonic dragon sword court so quickly? Since you want to kill me, then all of you can die. Ling Xiao took a gentle step forward with his right foot as his killing intent billowed. This terrifying killing intent caused the hearts of the people from Spectre Mountain Manor to palpitate. This killing intent was able to destroy a person's fighting spirit. It was terrifying. Quick, retreat! Finally, someone sensed Ling Xiao's strength and shouted loudly as they fled into the distance. However, it was already too late. Monstrous fey flames were released from Ling Xiao's body. It was like a sea of fire that dyed half the sky red. The flames were ferocious and extremely hot. The people on the streets made way. Little Fire God was even more shocked. Ling Xiao's demonic fire was not inferior to his at all. His title of Little Fire God was indeed a little exaggerated. The raging fire turned into a huge immortal bird. A pitch-black immortal bird. Evil immortal bird. The immortal bird was filled with the aura of destruction and slaughter. It spread its huge wings and covered everyone in the mansion of spirits. What a terrifying demonic flame! I suddenly remember. Isn't he the terrifying existence ranked third on the bounty list? Is it really him? It can't be wrong. It's said that this person has the beast soul of the immortal bird and can transform into the immortal bird. Ning City's City Lord and Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil Envoy Lin Xian both died in the flames of the undying bird. People finally confirmed the identity of Ling Xiao, but at this time, the people of the Mansion of Spirits did not have the chance to confirm it. Facing the huge black undying bird, they had no choice but to flee in panic. However, it was useless. The black undying bird was not only powerful, but also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped everyone in the Mansion of Spirits. Hysterical screams continued to be heard. When touching the black flame, the people of the Mansion of Spirits did not have any resistance, and could only cry out in pain. Then, their bodies were quickly burned by the flame. They were completely turned into ashes. When Ling Xiao took back the undying bird, everyone in the Mansion of Spirits had disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared. And their internal force, through the undying bird, was integrated into Ling Xiao's cells and turned into potential. What kind of attack is this? It's too terrifying. What a powerful martial spirit. This Ling Xiao is simply too powerful. I'm afraid that even Little Fire God is not his opponent. I suddenly remembered that Ling Xiao once caused havoc in the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Even the Devil Lord Lan Mei could not do anything to him. Why did I hear that it was because of another powerful person who helped Ling Xiao at that time? I've also heard about this. It's called the 18th Sword. But even so, Ling Xiao is strong enough. Monstrous waves surged in everyone's heart. They originally thought that Ling Xiao was no match for Little Fire God and young Master Yu Ling. However, at this time, the people of the Mansion of Spirits had all been killed. Including young Master Yu Ling, they were all turned into ashes by the terrifying flame. They had disappeared. This scene was really too shocking. They had threatened to make Ling Xiao unable to leave Tianju City. In the end, Little Fire God and young Master Yu Ling joined forces and did not do anything to Ling Xiao. On the other hand, young Master Yu Ling died tragically, leaving Little Fire God in a daze. The people of the Mansion of Spirits were also wiped out. The monstrous flame was still burning on Ling Xiao's body. At this time, Ling Xiao looked like the real fire god descending to the world. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that the reason why Ling Xiao dared to be enemies with Little Fire God and young Master Yu Ling was that he was strong enough. He was stronger than young Master Yu Ling. He might even be stronger than Little Fire God. This guy is a real genius. A martial artist from a small country who has not been in the Sword Dynasty for long, and has risen like a comet. Who would believe that he has no talent? Everyone understood at this time. Did Little Fire God understand? They looked at Little Fire God. Facing all that had happened now, what should Little Fire God do? At this time, Little Fire God was still in shock. He was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Because he knew that he had encountered a strong opponent and kicked an iron plate. Just now, he had attacked Ling Xiao with the strange flame, but Ling Xiao had used it to burn young Master Yuling alive. He had never encountered such a thing before. His heart was still trembling even now. I had warned that trash young Master Yuling not to provoke me. When we were queuing up, he did a good job. But for some reason, he actually became arrogant and thought that he could kill me. In the end, he was turned into ashes. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Little Fire God. A mocking expression appeared on his face. And you, Little Fire God. You are the same. Do you think that you can be fearless just because you have mastered the technique of using the strange flame? You are also a trash. What qualifications do you have to show off in front of me? I have seen many people like you. There are many who are stronger than you. Nonsense, my Prince Charming is the strongest. You are the trash. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was the girl who had constantly provoked and slandered Ling Xiao in the restaurant. Previously, Ling Xiao did not argue with her because he did not want to ruin Chang Qingqing's plan. Now that he had saved her, he felt that he did not need to show mercy. You can treat this trash as your Prince Charming, but you should pay the price for slandering me and humiliating me. Slap! After Ling Xiao finished speaking, his figure flashed, and a slap was delivered. Before the girl could see Ling Xiao's movements, her mouth was already swollen. She could not even speak clearly. Chapter 3076. The few people that followed the girl hurriedly knelt down. Thank you, young hero Ling, for sparing our lives. It was our fault for looking down on you. Scram! Although these people were annoying, their crimes did not warrant death. Ling Xiao's anger was appeased by slapping the girl. Yes, yes, yes! The few people carried the girl and left in a hurry. They were afraid that the girl would say something that would infuriate Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao to go on a killing spree. They were doomed then. The people from Spectre Mountain Villa were the perfect example. Little Fire God's expression turned ugly when he saw Ling Xiao's actions. However, he did not know how to refute Ling Xiao. He even felt fear rise in his heart. After all, he had failed to defeat Ling Xiao even when he joined forces with young Master Spectre. Could he really do it alone? In the restaurant, you threatened me with a fiendish fire to burn my dining table just because I said I wasn't afraid of you. In the auction house, you attacked me just because you couldn't compete with me. You flaunted the might of your flames. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I just find it beneath me to bicker with trash like you. Little Fire God? You sure are shameless. What right do you have to use fire in front of me? With every sentence Ling Xiao said, he took a step forward. The invisible suppression turned heavier and stronger. The towering flames were like a ferocious fiery beast that stared intently at Little Fire God. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying flames were more domineering and powerful than Little Fire God's flames. It was even more domineering and indomitable. Although Ling Xiao was not good at playing with fire, he was definitely Little Fire God's ancestor. What a domineering aura! What a terrifying flame! When people saw this scene, they could not help but feel fear. Little Fire God was suppressed by Ling Xiao to the point of not daring to say a word. All he could do was circulate his internal energy to resist Ling Xiao's suppression. The Fire Cloud Palace disciples who only knew how to bootlick seemed to have their mouths sealed. They did not dare make a sound. As for the girl who was doted on by Little Fire God, her eyes were unfocused. She worshipped heroes. Because Little Fire God was domineering and powerful enough. In the restaurant, Ling Xiao didn't even dare to say a word, so she worshipped him and didn't hesitate to give her body to him. But at this moment, Little Fire God, on the other hand, was being oppressed by the guy she looked down on and didn't even want to look at. Her heart was about to break. He could feel Ling Xiao's increasing momentum and fighting spirit. Little Fire God's brows were knitted together. He thought that his flames were domineering and powerful enough. But Ling Xiao was even worse. Furthermore, this fellow probably hadn't used his full strength yet. The more Little Fire God thought about it, the more terrified he felt. But he couldn't lose. They couldn't retreat either. What he cultivated was a tyrannical and unreasonable martial art. Once he was afraid and retreated, he would be completely finished. What are you panicking for? I haven't lost yet. Little Fire God took a deep breath and turned to glare at the girl beside him. Soon after, his fighting spirit completely exploded. The boiling flames turned into a ferocious giant wolf, the Wolf of Flames. I've never seen Little Fire God use this move before. It should be his trump card. Ling Xiao can actually push him to this extent. No wonder he's third on the bounty list. Everyone could feel how terrifying Little Fire God was at this time. For the first time, Little Fire God used a powerful move that he had never used before. Ling Xiao! I've underestimated you. I thought you were just an ordinary passerby, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. But do you think that's all I have? You're wrong. In terms of flames, no matter what, you can't be compared to me. Today, I'll burn you alive. Little Fire God seemed to have used his last trump card, and all his confidence returned in an instant. Once again, he had that kind of domineering momentum. Once again, he began to look down on Ling Xiao and despise Ling Xiao. You said you're the ancestor of fire? How ridiculous! I was born with the unusual flame. After 10 years of cultivation, I can completely control the unusual flame. After reincarnating, I obtained the fiery demon wolf martial soul, and my control of fire was even more perfect. After that, I defeated countless enemies of the same generation and became Little Fire God. But I've never shown this move in front of anyone because it's my strongest move. Even a martial artist of the first rotation yin-yang stage of hell wouldn't dare to face it head-on. You'll die. But if you die under this move, you'll be famous enough. Little Fire God's confidence returned, and his tone returned to its previous domineering manner. Everyone listened to his words and secretly nodded, thinking that this might be the reversal of the battle. I'll say it again. You're not as good as me when it comes to playing with fire. You think you're a genius, but in fact, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You've only met trash. Ling Xiao sneered and said, I've only obtained the undying bird bee soul for a month, but it's more than enough to kill you. He can use his new martial soul to such an amazing extent in just a month? That's too powerful. Everyone was incomparably astonished. But they were also a little unhappy. Ling Xiao said that Little Fire God was a frog at the bottom of a well and that Little Fire God had defeated trash. Wasn't that referring to them? This guy was really arrogant. It was really upsetting. At this time, they hoped that Little Fire God could defeat Ling Xiao and teach him a lesson. Little Fire God, you're the strongest. Kill that arrogant bastard. Anyway, that guy is on the bounty list. Killing him won't be a problem. Voices came one after another from the crowd. This made Phantom anxious again. She didn't know Ling Xiao and only thought that Ling Xiao had saved her, so she was worried about Ling Xiao. Sister Chang, is he okay? He's fine. Chang Qingqing shook her head and said, A frog at the bottom of a well will never see the scenery outside the well. And those people who were clamoring were just frogs at the bottom of a well like Little Fire God, so they didn't understand the horror of Ling Xiao at all. Those people of the Demon Dragon Sword Court were either killed by Sword 18 or Ling Xiao. It's just that Lan Mimi felt that it was too shameful, so she put all the blame on Sword 18. If Ling Xiao really goes crazy, I'm afraid that even Falling Moon is no match for him. He's so powerful. This time, it was Phantom's turn to be surprised. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation didn't seem to be that strong. Pay attention, Chang Qingqing said calmly. Yes. Unparalleled Flame Wolf, This was Little Fire God's move. He took a step forward. His entire body had transformed into a gigantic demonic wolf. Above the demon wolf's body, there was a terrifying strange fire. The surrounding air was burning and crackling. The terrible heat melted the ground in an instant. The nearby martial artists were so scared that they hurriedly dodged. In terms of momentum, this unparalleled flame wolf really didn't lose to the immortal bird that Ling Xiao released before. It was as if it blotted out the sky and covered the earth, pressing towards Ling Xiao. Kill! The flames were monstrous. It was extremely fast. Chapter 3077. This move of the unparalleled flaming wolf seemed to be very straightforward and easy to dodge. However, as long as one had the slightest bit of eyesight, one would be able to tell that this attack was simply unavoidable. The moment the move was released, it had completely locked onto the opponent. Little Fire God said that he had never used this move before, but it was not accurate. Because this move still caused him pain in his heart even now. Back then, his cultivation was at the middle stage of the 17th layer of hell, and he had a good friend whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 17th layer of hell. When the two of them were fighting, Little Fire God was beaten a little miserably. So he used this move in a fit of rage, and the woman was killed on the spot. This matter was taboo and painful for Little Fire God, so he did not want to mention it. However, he knew how terrifying this move was. When the flame wolf came out, ghosts and gods would be destroyed. He had sealed this move since then, but he knew better than anyone how powerful this move was. The onlookers could also feel that the destructive aura was even more powerful than that of the undying bird. Ling Xiao is dead meat. Yes, with this move, even young Master Spectre is no match for Little Fire God. No, he's far from it. This move is completely unbeatable. Anyway, I don't see any chance for Ling Xiao. Everyone was filled with dread towards this move. Even Chang Qingqing frowned slightly. Her cultivation was very high, so she could feel the horror of this move. She was very confident in Ling Xiao before, but at this moment, she began to worry. The roaring flame wolf pounced crazily on Ling Xiao. The flames completely engulfed Ling Xiao's body. People seemed to have seen Ling Xiao's death. However, the bow and arrow that Chang Qingqing took out was put back. She was worried about Ling Xiao just now, but at this moment she suddenly realized that she might have underestimated Ling Xiao. How is this possible? Almost everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and they looked at the battlefield in confusion. Ling Xiao, who should have been incinerated, didn't even move. Bathing in the heavenly flame, his face was filled with a disdainful smile. He just stood there as if nothing had happened. Is this person a ghost or a devil? Why aren't you afraid of heavenly flames? People could not understand. Deviant flames could even burn life-seizers to death. If one didn't have a special magic treasure or secret technique, it would be impossible to block it. Moreover, even if he had special magical treasures and secret techniques, it was impossible for him to come out unscathed. I've said it before. You're not qualified to play with fire in front of me. Ling Xiao's voice could be heard from within the raging flames. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he simply threw out a simple punch. Were you born with a deviant flame? Then I'll extract it. Ling Xiao already had a deviant flame, so he didn't need any more deviant flames. This was, of course, for Xiao Jin. With the deviant flame, Little Gold's strength would definitely increase explosively. Run! When Little Fire God saw that Ling Xiao was unharmed by the deviant fire, he knew that he had no chance of winning today's battle. Terrified, he turned around and tried to escape. However, Ling Xiao's hand was like a ghost as it shot out from the depths of the void, transforming into a gigantic devil claw. It was like the talons of an undying bird. It grabbed Little Flame, making it impossible for him to move. Then, Ling Xiao's other hand began to glow with a black light, almost like a black hole. Black prison. Devour. AIE. As the black prison opened, a flame spark flew out from Little Flame's body and into the cell. Over there was the kindling of the deviant flame. Once it was extracted, little fire god would no longer be able to use the deviant flame. How bizarre! How terrifying! This man, Ling Xiao, is definitely not to be trifled with. Many of the onlookers were bounty hunters, and many of them had considered capturing Ling Xiao for the bounty. However, seeing this bizarre and terrifying scene, they were scared out of their wits. Someone could actually extract the deviant flame spark from someone else's body. Did that mean that he could even extract the martial soul? At this time, little fire god's expression was extremely flustered. Looking at the disappointed and even desperate expression of the girl he doted on, he was about to go crazy. However, being controlled by Ling Xiao, he could do nothing. He claimed to be Little Flame, but he had completely lost to Ling Xiao in the aspect of fire. Xiao Qin did not even manage to injure Ling Xiao at all. Instead, his heavenly flame was about to be snatched away. He was not willing to accept this. But so what? He mocked Ling Xiao, said that Ling Xiao was a good-for-nothing, and said that Ling Xiao was a coward. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. As Ling Xiao said, he did not know how to play with fire at all. He was not a genius. He was just a frog at the bottom of a well. His opponent was just a good-for-nothing. He was devastated. He was utterly devastated. His heart was in a complete mess. Without the deviant flame, his strength would be greatly reduced. Those he had offended in the past would definitely take this opportunity to make trouble for him. When that time came, he would be the target of bullying. He did not want that. Perhaps death is a good thing for you. At this time, Ling Xiao had completely extracted Little Flame's deviant flame spark. His huge demonic claws began to close, and he was going to kill Little Flame. Little Flame had repeatedly tried to kill him. He would not show mercy. Seeing this scene, many people became nervous. Was another genius going to fall at the hands of Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao's strength was so powerful. Little Flame had completely lost his will to resist. His eyes were glazed over, and his body was numb. He was like a walking corpse. That was because he was really shocked. The deviant flame that he thought was powerful was not worth mentioning in the eyes of others. It was a devastating blow to his self-confidence. "How dare you, thief!" Suddenly, a ball of fire came from afar. When it got closer, they realized it was a person. The person was extremely fast. He flew like a flaming meteor. The person was too fast. Ling Xiao had to give up on Little Flame. He took out the demon dragon sword and stabbed it into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground collapsed. Ling Xiao was directly smashed into the ground. At that moment, the energy in his cultivation skyrocketed by 20%. It was enough to show that the person's strength was terrifying. "Kid, hand over the deviant flame, or I'll kill you without mercy!" The person stood arrogantly in front of Little Flame and looked down at Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao handed over the deviant flame, he would spare Ling Xiao's life. "Kill me without mercy?" Ling Xiao jumped out of the collapsed ground. Although blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, he was not seriously injured. The person's cultivation level was probably at the peak of the 17th level of hell. Although he was stronger than Ling Xiao, he was not qualified to kill Ling Xiao. "Haha, if you want the deviant flame, do it yourself. I'm very interested in you." As he spoke, Ling Xiao's body began to transform. The undying bird beast soul transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul. Chapter 3078. Oh? The person looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. He originally thought that his punch would at least be able to severely injure Ling Xiao, but who would have thought that this brat actually only seemed to be slightly injured? Furthermore, his combat strength seemed to have increased. It must be an illusion. This punk is bluffing. The person shook his head and abandoned his ridiculous thoughts. "All right, since you have chosen death, I'll send you to your death." The person roared angrily as he struck out with his fists once again. His martial soul was also a fire elemental wolf martial soul. He did not have a strange flame, but his strength was even stronger than the peerless fire wolf. This meant that this person's strength was much stronger than little fire god's. Nice one! Ling Xiao put away his demon dragon sword and decided to clash fists with his opponent. In less than a minute, the two of them had exchanged nearly 30 blows. As for Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy, it had increased from 20% to 90%. The time for the next breakthrough was fast approaching. Ling Xiao, it's time to leave. Chang Qingqing's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Yao's ears. Phantom's situation isn't right. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. He suddenly retreated and arrived beside Chang Qingqing. Then, the two of them tore through the sky with Phantom in tow. Fleeing when you can't beat him? How shameless! The Fire Cloud Palace expert roared angrily at the fleeing Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is indeed not that heaven-defying. At the very least, he won't be able to withstand a warrior at the peak of the 17th level of hell at the Yin-Yang realm. However, will he be able to escape? Everyone had such thoughts. But at that moment, an arrow flew over from afar. Elemental arrow. Frost arrow. It was extremely fast and had immense might. When it shot over, it seemed to freeze space itself. Everyone standing there felt like they were about to be frozen by the terrifying frost. What a terrifying arrow! The Fire Cloud Palace expert was given a fright as he tried his best to withstand it. Pfft! That arrow still pierced through his throat, leaving his life behind in the Heaven Extinction City. Before he died, he shouted out a name. Divine Arrow Chang Qingqing! He fell to the ground and became a complete joke. He was here to save Little Fire God. His words could easily kill Ling Xiao. But in the end, the one who died was him. Ranked 7th on the bounty board is Divine Archer Chang Qingqing, an expert at the First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm's 18th level of hell. So she was the woman by Ling Xiao's side. She was the scariest. If she had made a move, Little Fire God and young Master Yu Ling would have died a long time ago. At the end of the day, we thought that it was Ling Xiao who was courting death. Who would have thought that the ones courting death were actually young Sir Spectre and Little Fire God? Even if Ling Xiao is no match for them, they can't possibly kill Ling Xiao. Upon seeing the Fire Cloud Palace expert's corpse on the ground, Little Fire God was dumbfounded once again. What the hell have I done? What kind of person did you offend? On the other side, Ling Xiao, Chang Qingqing, and Phantom had already mounted their fairy birds and were flying towards Confusion Fog Valley. On the fairy bird's back, Phantom was constantly trembling, as though she was in great discomfort. Let me take a look, Ling Xiao said. It would take a long time to rush back to Confusion Fog Valley. Phantom might not be able to last much longer. After all, he was an alchemist. Although his specialty was not saving people but alchemy, he was not bad at saving people. After all, he had the primordial nature dragon martial soul in him. Although it had never been exposed, the primordial nature dragon martial soul had powerful healing effects. It was definitely a fact. Can you do it? Chang Qingqing looked suspiciously at Ling Xiao. If I can't, am I going to let her wait for death? Ling Xiao did not waste his breath as he began inspecting Phantom's body. Moments later he could not help but curse. What a vicious mystical goods tower. They actually gave Phantom the poison 7 days powder. 7 days powder? So she can only live for 7 days? Chang Qingqing asked. The 7 days powder doesn't mean that she can only live for 7 days. After 7 days, she will definitely turn into a pool of blood. From the first day, her body will begin to rot. Ling Xiao said coldly. What grudge does this mystical goods tower have with you for them to be so vicious? There's no grudge? Chang Qingqing shook her head and said. Then let's not bother about that for now. I'll save her. If she's poisoned, it's actually easier for me. Ling Xiao smiled and released his 9-snake general martial soul. Following that, a snake head stretched out and bit Phantom's wrist. It began sucking the poisoned blood. Will you be fine? Chang Qingqing asked worriedly. Don't worry. I'm fine. The poison was not sucked by me, but fused into my 9-snake general martial soul. Not only will I be fine, it will even increase my strength. Ling Xiao shook his head. He had a better impression of Chang Qingqing. Chang Qingqing had shot the Fire Cloud Palace expert, and was worried about his safety. This was something only a friend would do. This meant that this woman did not treat him as an outsider. She was just not good with words, so she looked a little cold. Following that, the two of them did not speak. Before they arrived at Mist Valley, Ling Xiao withdrew his 9-snake general martial soul. Following that, he gave Phantom a pill that restored her stamina and energy. Miraculously, Phantom was alive and kicking. Upon seeing this scene, Chang Qingqing hugged Ling Xiao and thanked him profusely. Phantom and Falling Moon were her best sisters. Regardless of which one of them was in trouble, Chang Qingqing would be in extreme pain. Now, the problem that gave her a headache had been easily resolved by Ling Xiao. This truly surprised Chang Qingqing. Ahem, Sister Chang, I've expended quite a bit of energy. I need to rest. Call me when we arrive, Ling Xiao said awkwardly. Only then did Chang Qingqing realize that her actions were a little rash. She shyly released Ling Xiao as her cheeks flushed red. Just as she released her grip, Phantom pounced forward again. Upon realizing that she had been saved by Ling Xiao, the lively girl was much bolder than Chang Qingqing. She left several lipstick marks on Ling Xiao's face. It left Ling Xiao helpless. Sister Chang, why don't we let Ling Xiao join the 9 Defiance? He definitely won't have a problem, Phantom suggested. Brother Bifeng has long mentioned this, but Ling Xiao isn't willing, Chang Qingqing said helplessly. Yes, is that so? He isn't willing to join the 9 Defiance, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to become our good brother, right? The 32 of us in the 9 Defiance have all become sworn brothers. Our hearts are linked and we take care of each other. With Ling Xiao, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Phantom added. Becoming sworn brothers is just a formality. As long as we're really good to each other, we don't need to become sworn brothers and we'll still be life and death friends. And some people, even if they're sworn brothers and sisters, still want to target them. Then it's better not to become sworn brothers. Ling Xiao really had no interest in becoming sworn brothers. He had many good brothers who had never become sworn brothers. But no matter who was in danger, they would help each other, even at the cost of their lives. That was the true meaning of being affectionate and true. Chapter 3079. Seeing that Ling Xiao wasn't interested, Phantom did not mention the matter of becoming sworn brothers. She was only filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. As for Ling Xiao, he was calculating his gains from Tianzhu City. Firstly, it was probably Phantom and Chang Qingqing's trust in him. This trust was not to be underestimated. If he were to encounter any trouble in the future, they would definitely help him. This was more important than any divine weapon. Secondly, it was obviously the Fire Supreme catalog. This provided him with the necessary conditions to obtain the 9 Supremes catalog in the future. Next was the Dragon Crystal Core he obtained from young Master Spectre's storage ring. This item could strengthen the Tyrannosaurus Blood Fiend Dragon and could also be used to obtain new beast souls. It all depended on the additional skills. With the constant strengthening of the bloodthirsty rat plague, the effects of the Fiend Dragon Blood Curse gradually became less important. He planned on changing it, but he couldn't change it casually. Also, he had extracted the Heavenly Fire Seed from Little Fire God's body. This was a guarantee for Little Gold's continued evolution. Looking at it this way, his harvest this time was really not small. Although it was a little troublesome, he was already a wanted criminal. It wasn't a big deal to offend Fire Cloud Palace and Spectre Mountain Manor. After returning to Mist Valley and hearing about Tianzhu City's matter, the Bai Fang and company were naturally very grateful to Ling Xiao. They knew very well that if not for Ling Xiao, Phantom would probably have died from the poison. The relationship between people was always deepened step by step. Previously, the Bai Fang and company only felt that Ling Xiao was of the same kind and that he was a promising talent that could be used. Therefore, they saved him. But things were different now. Ling Xiao had saved their good sister, Phantom. Their feelings for Ling Xiao naturally improved as they became extremely grateful. Ling Xiao didn't care about this. He smiled and returned to his residence to begin his cultivation. Long Chun and Cold Plum were cultivating, but Little Gold didn't need to. The increase in his strength was completely obtained by devouring heat energy. Stand guard for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Ling Xiao called out to Xiao Jin and entered a state of cultivation. Through the analysis of the Tai Chi, Ling Xiao could confirm that the Dragon Clan crystal core he had obtained was really the crystal core of an ancient dragon. When this demonic beast was alive, its strength had already reached the reincarnation deity realm and was incomparably powerful. Its name was Frost Dragon. It was a type of undead creature that was artificially created. Although it could not be compared to the primordial dragons and divine dragons, it possessed extremely terrifying abilities. I've decided, change it. Ling Xiao was preparing to replace the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon on the Dragon God throne with an even more powerful Frost Dragon. With this decision, he directly swallowed the Dragon Clan crystal core into the mountain river world and began to convert it. A quarter of an hour later, a huge and ferocious frost dragon appeared behind him. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in frost, but his entire body seemed to be just a skeleton. A pair of huge dragon eyes burned with a strange purple-blue flame. The Tyrannosaurus blood dragon beast soul had completed its mission, and Ling Xiao merged with the frost dragon beast soul. After the Dragon Clan crystal core was converted into a martial soul, a large amount of energy was released. Most of it merged into Ling Xiao's cells, and some began to impact the barrier of Ling Xiao's cultivation. The energy in his cultivation sea had already reached 90%, and with this impact, it instantly broke through. This allowed Ling Xiao to advance from the early stage of the 17th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm to the middle stage of the 17th level of Hell. Moreover, the energy in his cultivation sea continued to increase until it reached 80% before it stopped. Frost Dragon Breath? Ling Xiao, who had broken through, began to observe the special skill that the Frost Dragon had obtained. It was the Frost Dragon Breath. It could instantly spit out a terrifying dragon breath with a powerful freezing ability. This thing was very useful when dealing with a group of people. When dealing with experts, it could also be used to slow down the opponent's speed and control the opponent's attack. It could be said to be very useful. Ling Xiao was also very satisfied. After that, he went into seclusion for another hour to consolidate his cultivation. Then, he gave the alien flame seed extracted from Little Fire God's body to Little Gold and let Little Gold begin to devour and integrate it. He placed Little Gold in the mountain river world to cultivate. Then, he walked out of his residence. Master! Cold Plum had arrived at some point and was obediently guarding outside the door. She had no intention of barging in. She was still as considerate as before. Your strength seems to have improved again. Not bad. Ling Xiao could feel that although Cold Plum's cultivation did not break through, it had greatly improved. Thank you for your concern, Master. Cold Plum smiled very happily. She had been looking forward to being able to protect Ling Xiao by his side. Now that her wish had been fulfilled, how could she not be happy? Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, something big has happened. Brother Bai Fang has called us for a meeting. Phantom ran over excitedly and shouted from afar. I'm not a member of the Nine Defiance organization yet. Is it appropriate for me to attend this meeting? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. No problem. This meeting has something to do with you. Phantom grabbed Ling Gao's arm and pulled him out. Ling Xiao had no choice but to follow. In fact, he was also very curious as to what meeting the Nine Defiance organization was having that had something to do with him. When the two of them arrived, they realized that apart from Long Chen, the others were already there. Falling Moon, Bai Fang, Ba Dao, Dragon Elephant, and Chang Qingqing were all there. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum are here. Long Chen is still in seclusion, so let's not wait for him. There are 3 matters to be discussed in today's meeting, Bai Fang said very solemnly. The first matter is that Ling Xiao killed young Master Spectre in Heaven Absolute City and severely injured Little Fire God. Qingqing also killed an elder from Fire Cloud Palace. Therefore, Spectre Mountain Villa and Fire Cloud Palace are now searching for us everywhere. This matter doesn't matter. After all, we don't think much of Spectre Mountain Villa and Fire Cloud Palace. I'm just reminding everyone to be careful when we leave. Do not underestimate the enemy. I was the one who caused the trouble. I'll think of a way to resolve Fire Cloud Palace and Spectre Mountain Villa, Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao, we treat you as a brother. Aren't you treating us like outsiders by saying that? Bai Fang was somewhat displeased. Heh, that's true. Brother Bai Fang, didn't you say that there were 2 other matters? Ling Xiao diverted the topic with a laugh. Yes, right. The second matter is also very important. Heaven Absolute City's Fire Supremacy Catalog has been proven to be a fake. However, in the Heaven Absolute ruins not far from Heaven Absolute City, signs of the Ice Supremacy Catalog were discovered. Bai Fang said with a laugh. Ice Supremacy Catalog? Ling Xiao thought to himself, my luck can't be so good, right? I can actually obtain the Ice Supreme Catalog so quickly? Bai Fang continued. According to 9 Defiance Intelligence, the Heaven Absolute Ruins climate is extremely hot. Its surroundings are basically a desert. But recently, there was a strange phenomenon. The desert turned into an icy plain. Everything was frozen. Chapter 3080. Although the news of the Ice Supreme Catalog's appearance might not be accurate, no one would give up even if there was a glimmer of hope. After all, these catalogs were too important to martial artists. It could be said that whoever obtained the 9 Supremes catalog first in the 9 Supremes territory could become the true overlord. Ling Xiao had already obtained the Demon Supreme catalog and the Fire Supreme catalog, so he was determined to obtain the Ice Supreme catalog as well. Out of caution, he did not reveal the fact that he had 2 catalogs. After all, those things were too precious. If he were to reveal them, even brothers might turn against each other. His relationship with Bai Fang and the rest did not seem to be that good, so he had to be more cautious. 3 of the 9 Supremes catalog have appeared in the Sword Dynasty. Interesting. It seems that the person who created the 9 Supremes catalog should be from the Sword Dynasty. Otherwise, no one would call the 9 Supremes catalog the 9 Supremes Sword Tactics. Although the 9 Supremes battle tactics in the 9 Supremes catalog are suitable for any weapon, even fists and feet. But the most suitable is still the sword. Ling Xiao was calculating in his heart when he heard Bai Fang continue. Generally speaking, any of the 9 Supremes catalog that appears in a certain force will be swallowed by this force alone. Compared to the illusory news of the Fire Supreme catalog, the news this time is very conclusive. Therefore, the Sword Dynasty has sealed off the borders. Only entry is allowed, no exit is allowed. During this period of time, the news should not spread to other forces. Hearing this, Ling Xiao actually heaved a sigh of relief. The fewer enemies there were, the less competition there was, and the more opportunities there were to fish in troubled waters. This is the second matter. We couldn't find the Demon Supreme catalog and the Fire Supreme catalog, so we must obtain the Ice Supreme catalog. Bai Fang gritted his teeth. What about the third matter? Ling Xiao asked. The third matter is related to you. You should want to obtain the Mystic Tortoise Force of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, right? Bai Fang asked. That's right. Ling Xiao did not hide this matter, because such a matter would be very clear with a simple investigation. If you want to get the power of the Black Tortoise, you have to go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court first. Although the 18th sword is very strong, he needs to protect the people of the Wine Demon Mansion. I'm afraid he won't be able to help you. That's why we decided to have Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Long Xiang accompany you to the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Long Xiang's strength is even stronger than mine, second only to Falling Moon. He should be able to block Devil Master Lan Mei. With Long Chun and Cold Plum, you should be a little safer, Bai Fang said with a smile. Just for the sake of me obtaining the power of the Black Tortoise, they sent out one of the 9 Defiant's strongest combatants, as well as Long Chun and Cold Plum. Is this really appropriate? Ling Xiao was really surprised. Of course. Although you don't treat us as brothers and sisters, we already treat you as a good brother. Especially since you actually drank the poisoned blood to save Phantom. I know that that kind of thing is very dangerous. If you're not careful, even you will be killed, Bai Fang said with a smile. Ling Xiao wanted to say that that kind of thing was actually not dangerous for him. But before he finished, he was interrupted by Bai Fang. That's how it is. The rest of you will go to the Tianjia ancient ruins with me to look for the Ice Supreme catalog. When the time comes, everyone will gather there. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, feeling a little apologetic. Brother Bai Fang, I also want to help Ling Xiao. He offended the rare goods building for me. That vixen Mong Ruo who will definitely not let him go, Phantom suddenly said. I forgot about that. What you said makes sense. Once Ling Xiao leaves the Miwu Valley, he will definitely be targeted. In comparison, your side is the most dangerous. How about this? Phantom and Qing Qing will go to Ling Xiao's side. Anyway, at the Tianjia ancient ruins, it's just a search at the beginning. There won't be too much fighting. Falling Moon Ba Dao and I are more than enough, Bai Fang said after thinking. That's not necessary, right? Ling Xiao was getting more and more helpless. Ling Xiao, if you treat us as good brothers and sisters, don't refuse, Bai Fang said. His words made Ling Xiao choke on his words. He couldn't say anything anymore. Cold Plum reminded him at this time. The maze of the Miwu Valley has been in disrepair for a long time, and because we borrowed the formation of the ancient sages, we can't completely control it. If we all leave, what will happen to those people here? That's not a problem. Let me solve it. Ling Xiao really liked this group of people more and more now. No matter what Nine Defies did, Bai Fang and his group were really good to him. Of course, he had to do something that he could. He was best at formations. Next, Ling Xiao spent 3 hours repairing the maze of the Miwu Valley. He used more than 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but they were all provided by the Nine Defies organization, so he didn't need to waste his money. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so good. Not only do you know how to cure diseases and save people, but you're also so familiar with formations. It seems that we really picked up a treasure. Phoenix Bai Fang used to think that Ling Xiao was only talented in martial arts. Now he realized that Ling Xiao was simply an all-rounder. And whether it was alchemy or formations, he was outstanding. They had also asked many powerful formation masters to help repair the formation here. Unfortunately, either the price was too high, and nothing could be done in the end. Or they came with confidence and left with disappointment. Who would have thought that this maze was so easily fixed? Not only was it repaired, but it was also partially strengthened and transformed. Now that the people of the Miwu Valley could freely control the maze, they naturally had more confidence in their hearts. I just learned a little more in the past, Ling Xiao said modestly. Don't say such modest words. Rest well for 2 days, then we'll split up and start the mission. Bai Fang laughed. Ling Xiao shrugged. I'm not trying to be humble. I've just learned a little bit more. 2 days later, Ling Xiao, Long Qin, Cold Plum, Long Xiang, Phantom, and Chang Qingqing went to the demonic dragon sword court. At this time, the demonic dragon sword court had gradually recovered from the trauma caused by Ling Xiao. Especially the phenomenon of the black tortoise's birth, it could allow the demonic dragon sword court to produce countless experts in an instant. At the same time, there were countless experts who could increase their cultivation because of this phenomenon. No matter how many people Ling Xiao killed, he could use this black tortoise phenomenon to regain them. Therefore, this time, Demon Master Lan Meima was prepared to guard the power of the black tortoise with all her strength and not let the warriors of the outside world absorb this power. In the past, many warriors of the outside world could also benefit from the glory of the demonic dragon sword court. At that time, Lan Meima didn't care because the demonic dragon sword court was very prosperous. But this time was different. The demonic dragon sword court was almost destroyed. This time, the black tortoise phenomenon was the key to the rise of the demonic dragon sword court. They couldn't be careless. Chapter 3081. Ling Xiao was determined to obtain the power of the Black Tortoise. He wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible to find the Moon Lady. Two things were indispensable. One was the power of the Black Tortoise. It could allow him to improve greatly at his current stage and obtain the ability to compete for the Nine Supremes catalog. The other was the Nine Supremes catalog. With the Nine Supremes catalog, he could definitely reach a higher level. He had to obtain both of these things. Outside the Demon Dragon Sword Court, Ling Xiao found a suitable place and set up layers of formations around it, preparing to receive the power of the Black Tortoise. With the Black Tortoise seal, the power of the Black Tortoise would come to him even if he was outside the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Demon Lord Lan Mei wanted to rely on the Black Tortoise to restore the vitality of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, but she was afraid that her efforts would be in vain. Boom! Suddenly, a loud boom came from the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Then, a giant beast soared into the sky. Its body was so huge that it was hard to imagine. That huge shadow had already covered the entire sky. The originally bright sky turned dark in an instant. A terrifying aura was released continuously, making people feel depressed. The earth began to shake as if there was an earthquake. The Black Tortoise Earth Palm. The Black Tortoise was the guardian beast of the Black Tortoise continent. Although it had disappeared a long time ago, the Black Tortoise with the bloodline of the Black Tortoise could also control the earth element. The scene was really shocking. If Ling Xiao had not set up layers of formations in advance, he would have been swallowed by the earthquake. Ling Xiao, let's begin. Focus on your cultivation. We will protect you. Long Xiang and the others stood in the formation. Before the enemy came, they could still rest here. However, once the enemy came, they would have to fight. Thank you, Brother Long Xiang. Ling Xiao nodded and took out the Black Tortoise seal. The moment the Black Tortoise seal was taken out, Ling Xiao could feel a large amount of energy being released from the Black Tortoise's body and poured into the seal. Overjoyed, he activated the Black Tortoise seal and began to cultivate. The Xian Turtle's power was the purest form of energy that could be directly absorbed. Therefore, Ling Xiao's first choice was to fill his cultivation sea with this energy. Then, he would continue to strengthen his foundation and break through again. The energy that he could not absorb for the time being was stored in his cells and turned into potential. He was happy. However, the others were displeased. This was especially true for Lan Mimi, the demon master of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The Black Tortoise phenomenon had clearly appeared, but it did not release the power of the Black Tortoise. It was all rushing in one direction. This made her furious. Who is it? Who is it that dares to try and steal my Demon Dragon Sword Court's Black Tortoise power? When the four great demon kings heard the order, they immediately moved, heading in that direction together with the original body. No matter who it is, we must make him pay a heavy price. Lan Mimi was hoping that the Black Tortoise's power could help her Demon Dragon Sword Court recover. The current situation was completely unacceptable to him. Everyone, be careful. There are enemies coming. Be prepared for battle. No matter what, we must protect Ling Xiao and let him complete his cultivation. Long Xiang suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. Ling Xiao could multitask. When he was cultivating, he also noticed Long Xiang's reminder. To be honest, he was very grateful to these people from Nine Defiance. If it were not for these people, he would probably still be being hunted all over the world. He would not have the time to come here and absorb the Black Tortoise's power. However, he could not spare any time to help now. He could only speed up his cultivation as much as possible. The sooner he completed his cultivation, the sooner he could throw himself into the battle. He had a feeling that as long as he could complete his cultivation safely this time, not only could he directly break through to the peak of the 17th level of Hell in the first transformation of Yin Yang, he could also obtain an even more powerful Black Tortoise combat body. Coupled with the Imperial Celestial Dragon body, it would be even more difficult to kill. The strength of his physical body alone was enough to make his enemies despair. Therefore, he had to work harder. The enemies soon appeared. Ling Xiao could not help but frown. There were a total of 10 people. He knew the remaining 4 demon kings of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. As for Demon Master Lan Mimi, he also knew her. As for the other 5 people, he was unfamiliar with them. However, they were all martial artists at the 18th level of Hell in the first transformation of Yin Yang. Judging from their attire, they should be martial artists from the Heavenly Sword Hall. With such a powerful lineup, he was really starting to worry about his own side. Long Xiang, Chang Qingqing, Phantom, Long Qin, and Cold Plum. There were only 5 people in total. They did not have as many people as the other party. Their overall strength was also not as good as the other party. This was very dangerous. Seeing these enemies, Long Xiang and the others frowned. This battle was definitely not going to be easy. They might even die in battle. However, Long Xiang's character was very simple. Once he set his mind on something, he would never turn back even if he died. He had already decided to protect Ling Xiao with all his might. Therefore, he would not back down. Chang Qingqing did not speak much, but she had the same thought. Although Phantom was a little scared, Ling Xiao had saved her life. This was the best time for her to repay his kindness. As for Long Qin and Cold Plum, needless to say, they were Ling Xiao's comrades who had gone through life and death with him. In the past, they had been in the same situation and had long been used to it. Hurry! Ling Xiao knew that these people would not retreat or escape. However, it was because of this that he had to speed up. He could not let these people who were sincerely looking out for him die here. As long as he could complete his cultivation, with his combat strength, he would definitely be able to fight against the others except for Demon Master Lan Mei. At this moment, Little Gold had finished absorbing the exotic fire seed. However, it had turned into an egg and had not hatched yet. However, Ling Xiao believed that Little Gold would definitely come out to help at the crucial moment. They still had the strength to fight against their opponents. They were not completely outmatched. It's really you. I didn't expect you to dare to come back after escaping. You're courting death. Lan Mei also saw Ling Xiao and was even angrier in her heart. The current state of the Demon Dragon Sword Court was caused by Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao actually wanted to snatch their Xian turtle strength. How could she remain calm? Ling Xiao did not speak. Although he could multitask, if he spoke, he would still leak his aura, which would be detrimental to his cultivation. Old woman, you're the one who wants to kill my boss, right? As expected, you're not a good person. Ling Xiao did not speak, but Long Qin could not hold it in anymore. Impudent! Lan Mei was so angry that her entire body trembled. Kill! Kill these people for me, don't leave a single one alive! She waved her hand and the 9 people behind her attacked at the same time. However, the first attack was ineffective. Ling Xiao's formation was not just for show. Although it could not block the enemy's attacks, it could at least delay them for a while. Together! Chapter 3082. The 10 of them started to attack continuously. The outermost layer of the defensive array formation began to sway. It looked like it was about to collapse. Although Ling Xiao was extremely worried, he closed his eyes instead. He stopped multitasking and focused all of his attention on his cultivation. This was all he could do to double his cultivation speed. As his cultivation speed skyrocketed, Ling Xiao's cultivation also continued to rise. His cultivation already had 80% of the energy. After a while, the energy broke through the limit and rushed to the next level. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 17th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang transformation. And the energy was still being absorbed. At this moment, Lan Mimi and the others finally broke through the outermost defensive formation. As the saying goes, a strong person can defeat 10 skilled people. Although the formation was very powerful, it still couldn't withstand the powerful force. After the formation broke, Long Xiang and the others instantly entered battle mode. 5 against 10. Not only was there a great disparity in numbers, but there was also a great disparity in combat power. However, Lan Mimi didn't attack. She continued to charge at Ling Xiao and started to attack the inner defensive formation. Although Long Xiang wanted to stop her, it was already very difficult for the 5 of them to face the other 9 people. They couldn't spare any energy to stop Lan Mimi. Fortunately, Lan Mimi was only one person and wasn't as powerful as the previous 10 people. It was unlikely that she could break through the inner defensive formation in a short time. As soon as the battle started, Long Xiang and the others were at a disadvantage. Although they were very strong, the enemy wasn't weak either. In addition, the opponents had the advantage in numbers. Even if Long Xiang could fight 1 against 3, it would be impossible for him to win. Chang Qingqing was fighting 2 alone. However, Phantom, Cold Plum, and Long Chun could only fight 1-on-1 for now. There was still one person on the other side who could constantly move around and help the others fight for an advantage. Not long after the battle, Long Xiang and the others had already used all their strength. Long Chun transformed into a golden dragon and used all his combat power to hold back 2 enemies. Ling Xiao didn't see the battle here. His current cultivation had already entered the most crucial moment. In the sky, the black tortoise avatar had obviously become much smaller. This was the result of Ling Xiao absorbing a large amount of energy. In the end, the black tortoise avatar completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge black tortoise pearl. If you refine the black tortoise pearl, you will be able to obtain the powerful black tortoise's power. On the black tortoise continent, you can borrow the power of the earth element and become even more terrifying. Yuan Venerate said excitedly. Understood, Master. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and fought even harder. He had even unleashed the peerless heavenly rat bee soul transformation to speed up the absorption and refinement. Not good. Once this brat refines the black tortoise pearl, then everything will really be over. When Lan Mimi saw this situation, she knew that she could no longer hold back. She took a step back and then used all of her power to attack the inner layer of the defensive formation. She didn't intend to use all her strength before because she was worried that the 18th blade would disrupt her plan. But now, he had no choice but to make it obvious. Boom! Beautiful Devil Lawn was truly beautiful Devil Lawn. Under this punch, the inner defensive array formation was also shattered. Ha ha ha, stinking brat, go to hell. She laughed maniacally as if she had gone mad. Then, she charged toward Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was no longer protected by anyone. She knew that the time for her revenge had come. Brat, your physical body is not bad. I'll use it as a vessel for the soul of my son, Empress Lan Meichen. Beautiful Devil Lan's special martial soul allowed her to transform into a spiritual form and store it. Although there were some limitations, this was how Lan Rua and Empress Lan Meichen had survived. But without a physical body, they couldn't move. At this time, they needed a vessel. Beautiful Devil Lan was very obsessed with Ling Xiao's physical body. Ling Xiao's physical body was even stronger than that of an ordinary life-sizer. If he was used as a vessel for Empress Lan Meichen's body, then her talent would definitely rise to the next level. Not good. Long Xiang and the others, who were fighting on the other side, sensed the changes here. They were a little anxious. If Ling Xiao was hit by Beautiful Devil Lan, he would definitely die. In the past, Ling Xiao had used the heaven-defying power of the 3rd level of the Blood-Sworn Devil to intimidate Beautiful Devil Lan. But even then, he wasn't a match for her. Now that Ling Xiao wasn't using the power of the Blood-Sworn Devil, he was even less of a match for Beautiful Devil Lan. There wasn't enough time for them to go to the rescue. None of them could have predicted that Beautiful Devil Lan's attack would be so powerful that the defensive spell formation wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Cold Plum and Long Chun cried out in alarm and lunged forward, ignoring the enemy's attack. Everything happened too quickly. It happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Cold Plum and Long Chun had only just turned their heads. The enemy's attack hadn't even landed on them. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from Ling Xiao's body. The golden light wrapped around beautiful Devil Lawn. Devil Orchid was a mighty life-sizer, and yet she let out a blood-curdling shriek of terror. She scrambled backward. When Dragon Mammoth and the others saw what was happening, they stopped attacking. They simply couldn't understand what could cause beautiful Devil Lawn to be in such pain. What they saw was a golden crow. It spread its wings, and golden light radiated from its body in all directions. It was standing in front of Ling Xiao, shielding him. It was Little Gold. Little Gold had finally broken free of his eggshell. After being strengthened by the strange flame seed, he had undergone another shocking transformation. Now, he was at the peak of the 18 hells of the Yin-Yang realm. Although that wasn't enough to compare to beautiful Devil Lawn, it was enough to delay her for a while. Furthermore, he had the Yellow Springs Golden Light, a heaven-defying trump card that even beautiful Devil Lawn would have to be careful of. Life Caesars were strong, but Little Gold was a freak born of a fusion of a devil embryo and a golden crow. His fighting prowess couldn't be ignored. Ling Zhao's life had been spared. In reality, even he himself did not know. He was still wholeheartedly immersed in his cultivation. However, Dragon Mammoth and the others breathed sighs of relief. Of course, it was only for a moment. Soon, their worry turned into anger, and they directed it at their opponents. That was especially true of Dragon Mammoth, who had transformed into a primordial Dracomamoth, and was now suppressing all three of his opponents. They had been at a disadvantage, but now they were showing signs of turning the tables. Beautiful Devil Lawn was just as enraged. She couldn't believe that a bird had stopped her from killing Ling Xiao and taking his fleshly body. As for the Xuanwu pearl, it had already been devoured by Ling Xiao. He was in the process of refining it. She was about to go mad with anger. She pounced on Little Gold, her attacks growing more and more vicious. Little Gold was in grave danger, and was almost hit by beautiful Devil Lawn on several occasions. However, at the very least, he had fought alongside Ling Xiao, and his strength was now so strong. Chapter 3083. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He didn't want to know either. His mission was to do his best to break through. After all, even if he knew that his friends were in danger, he wouldn't be able to help given his current abilities. He could only become stronger. The power of the Black Tortoise was more powerful than he had imagined. Ling Xiao had thought that his cultivation would stop when he reached the peak of the 17th level of the Yin-Yang transformation. However, in reality, his cultivation was still soaring when he refined the Black Tortoise Pearl and forged the Black Tortoise Divine Body. The outside world had made many guesses about the power of the Black Tortoise. Although some of them were close to the truth, they were ultimately just guesses. Even the Yuan Venerates had made some mistakes in their judgment. After all, they had never truly come into contact with the power of the Black Tortoise. Ling Xiao was the first person to know how terrifying the power of the Black Tortoise was. The Black Tortoise Divine Body was the strongest constitution in the Black Tortoise continent. It was even above the 12 beast gods. With the Black Tortoise Divine Body, one could continuously absorb the power of the Black Tortoise continent to strengthen one's physical body and improve one's cultivation. As long as one stepped on the ground during battle, there would be an endless supply of internal energy. Of course, the most terrifying part was its defense. The ultimate perfect Black Tortoise Divine Body could fuse perfectly with the Black Tortoise continent and be truly invincible. No martialist below the second transformation could hurt it. Ling Zhao's current Black Tortoise Divine Body had only been forged by fusing with a Black Tortoise Pearl. Of course, it wasn't as good as the perfect Black Tortoise Divine Body. However, its defense had already surpassed the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body and was comparable to a peak general-grade defensive martial technique. If he could find the other 7 Black Tortoise Pearls released by the Black Tortoise, he would be able to continuously upgrade the grade of his Black Tortoise Divine Body. Of course, this was already enough. The Black Tortoise Divine Body, which possessed the power of a Black Tortoise Pearl, would probably be able to withstand a few attacks from Lan Mimi. Furthermore, Ling Zhao's improvement wasn't just limited to this. Due to the forging of the Black Tortoise divine body, Ling Xiao's awakening ability had increased from 0.1% to 1%. This not only promoted his cultivation from the middle stage of the 17th level of the yin-yang transformation to the early stage of the 18th level of the yin-yang transformation. What was even more frightening was that the battle prowess of his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul had increased by 10 times. Rumble! A terrifyingly loud sound exploded behind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of Black Tortoise divine armor. He felt as if he had been reborn. From his soul to his fleshly body, he had received a huge upgrade. This was simply inconceivable. In just over a month, I have already reached my goal. It seems that even I have underestimated my own potential. Ling Xiao was originally looking forward to reaching the first revolution in Yang Realm's 18 levels of hell in a year. Who would have thought that he would be able to achieve it in just over a month? Of course, this was all thanks to the power of the Black Tortoise. Without the power of the Black Tortoise, this time would have to be delayed for at least a few months. But this was the so-called opportunity. And this opportunity was also realized with the blood of his friends. He didn't have time to feel the terrifying power in his body. He hurriedly opened his eyes and looked at the battlefield. Great! Ling Xiao has finished cultivating. Everyone, get ready to retreat! Originally, Long Xiang and the others didn't expect to be able to kill these powerful enemies. What they needed to do was to hold on until Ling Xiao finished cultivating, then use the spirit bird's speed to escape. But Ling Xiao didn't seem to hear him. He scanned the entire battlefield. Long Xiang was indeed very powerful. He wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 3. But that was it. Up until now, although he wasn't injured, his opponents were also unharmed. Chan Qingqing's divine arrow was very terrifying. Her 2 opponents were miserably played by her. But they were only lightly injured. Phantom could also handle one-on-one. Cold Plum was also fine for now. The troublesome ones were Long Qin and Little Gold. In order to reduce the pressure on the others, Long Qin forced himself to fight 2 late-stage yin-yang realms 18 levels of hell with his mid-stage 18 levels of hell cultivation. It was really stressful. The body of the mighty dragon was already riddled with wounds. As for Little Gold, although it was also one-on-one, his opponent was Lan Mimi. At this moment, Xiao Jin was already beaten black and blue. Although he was still holding on, it was obvious that he couldn't hold on much longer. It was impossible to escape. Ling Xiao knew very well that the enemy wouldn't let them escape. Therefore, the only way was to weaken the enemy's combat power, and then retreat when the enemy was weak. Ling Xiao, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave! If you leave, our blood won't be spilled in vain! Long Xiang roared as he fought. That's right, boss. Hurry up and leave. This old woman is too powerful. Even if you join the battle, it won't help. Little Gold was even more anxious. Only those who had fought with Lan Mimi would know how terrifying this woman was. The Demon Master was indeed the Demon Master. His combat power was indeed formidable. Chan Qingqing, Phantom, Cold Plum, and Long Qin had already made up their minds. Even if they sacrificed a few of them to protect Ling Xiao, it would definitely be a victory. Because Ling Xiao's talent was stronger than any of them. As long as Ling Xiao was alive, he could avenge them. But if Ling Xiao also stayed here, the final result would definitely be a complete wipeout. That would be too tragic. Ling Xiao didn't leave. He knew it better than anyone else in his heart. If he wanted these people to sacrifice themselves in exchange for his life, then his path of martial arts would be a complete failure. He would rather die than do that. Whoosh! Suddenly, Ling Xiao moved. He didn't use any beast soul transformation. He only used his physical body to kill the enemy. His target was one of the enemies fighting with Long Qin, an expert from the Heavenly Sword Hall. Kill! He threw a punch at the man. When that person saw Ling Xiao rushing over, he couldn't help but sneer. I'm the Heavenly Sword Hall's True Sword King! Kid, you're here to give me credit! He reported his name just to show how powerful he was. The Sword King was a warrior on the same level as the Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil King. His pride wasn't without reason. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation had just broken through and his strength had increased a lot, in his opinion, it was still impossible for him to be his opponent. "I'm going to kill you!" The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sneer. Since he dared to beat up his good brother Longchen like that, he definitely wouldn't let this guy off easily. Chu Jianwang seemed to look down on Ling Xiao. He treated Longchen as an opponent and Ling Xiao as a piece of trash that could be killed at any time. Therefore, he didn't even draw his sword. He only used about 70% of his strength to receive Ling Xiao's punch. It was close. "Idiot, use your full strength!" Lan Mei seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and shouted loudly. Looking down on Ling Xiao's combat strength was tantamount to suicide. However, her words were still shouted too late. Ling Xiao's punch landed heavily on his opponent's hands. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Chapter 3084. The bones in Chu Jianwang's arms were completely shattered. Then, Ling Xiao's fist exploded Chu Jianwang's head with unstoppable force. "She's right. You're an idiot." After killing Chu Jianwang, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. This attack was just to test the combat power of the Black Tortoise Divine Physique. The result was much better than he expected. After killing Chu Jianwang, Longchen was freed. It was easy for him to deal with another expert alone. Ling Xiao was thinking about the next step of the battle. Long Xiang, Lan Mimi, and the others were so shocked that they forgot to fight. Especially Lan Mimi. She warned Chu Jianwang because she was afraid that he would be injured by Ling Xiao. But she didn't expect that Chu Jianwang would be killed by Ling Xiao with one punch. "Brat, what happened to you?" Lan Mimi felt a trace of fear in her heart. The current Ling Xiao was already so powerful. If she couldn't kill him, how terrifying would Ling Xiao be in the future? Could she still stop him? Was she still a match for him? "Brother Long Xiang, don't just stand there. You and Little Gold work together to stop that old woman Lan Mimi. I'll deal with your 3 opponents." Ling Xiao had thought about it. His fighting style was more diverse, which would help him eliminate the enemies quickly. It would reduce the number of enemies. Long Xiang's defense wasn't lower than his. Although they weren't a match for Lan Mimi with Little Gold, they would definitely be able to hold her back. As they spoke, Ling Xiao had already charged forward. Along the way, he quickly transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. Powerful energy was continuously released from his body. Ling Xiao believed that with the power of the ultimate heavenly rat, he would have the upper hand against an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 18 levels of hell. 2 of Long Xiang's 3 opponents were at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 18 levels of hell, and the last one was at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 18 levels of hell. If Ling Xiao was surrounded, it wouldn't bode well for him. But would he be surrounded? Of course not. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the flying Ling Xiao suddenly turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared. Vertical golden light. The everlasting heavenly rat's golden light technique was so fast that even Ling Xiao himself found it inconceivable. "Be careful!" someone exclaimed, clearly feeling how terrifying Ling Xiao was. The 3 experts who were dealing with Long Xiang instantly felt their hair stand on end. They reacted defensively almost at the same time. However, the weakest one among them had already reacted. However, even with Ling Xiao's terrifying speed and power, his body was still sliced in half by the black wings. When he died, he was dumbfounded. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. But what was the use of that? Lu Jianwang! Seeing that their companion had been killed, and that it was the Sword King of the Heavenly Sword Hall, the experts of the Heavenly Sword Hall all cried out in shock and anger. Long Xiang and the others were excited. Ling Xiao had just finished cultivating, and he had actually killed 2 Sword Kings by himself, even though they were just weaker Sword Kings. However, this kind of strength was already very shocking. Boss is indeed powerful. Like I said, with the same amount of resources, his cultivation improvement is much better than mine. When Long Chen saw Ling Xiao's power, he was not jealous at all. Instead, he was excited. This little guy had pledged allegiance to Ling Xiao and had long regarded Ling Xiao as the boss of the Dragon Clan. The stronger his boss was, the more excited he was. Master. Cold Plum's pretty face flushed red. She had always believed that Ling Xiao would become stronger. In fact, Ling Xiao did not disappoint her. Everything they had done today was really worth it. This kid is indeed a genius. He's too awesome. Long Xiang scratched his head. He began to understand why the immortal bird Bai Fang valued Ling Xiao so much. This guy was really shocking. Alright, since that's the case, I'll risk my life to accompany you. After Long Xiang finished speaking, he charged towards Lan Mimi. Although his strength was not as good as Lan Mimi, it was absolutely no problem for him to join forces with Xiao Jin and delay Lan Mimi for a period of time. Chang Qingqing and Phantom naturally would not object to Ling Gao's suggestion at this time. Ling Xiao used practical actions to demonstrate his terrifying combat strength. Today, he might even be able to eliminate Lan Mimi. Originally, everyone was already thinking of sacrificing themselves heroically to protect Ling Xiao and escape. But now, Ling Xiao had given them confidence. It was not impossible for him to completely wipe out the enemy. Stinking brat, you think too highly of yourself? On the path of cultivation, the higher you go, the greater the gap between each small realm. Don't think that just because you killed our two weakest sword kings with a sneak attack, you can be compared to us. The ones who joined forces to attack Long Xiang were the remaining two sword kings of the Sword God Hall. One was the Fire Sword King, the other was the Ice Sword King. The combination of ice and fire had caused Long Xiang to suffer quite a bit. Therefore, they did not believe that Ling Xiao could do anything to them. Now, it was time for them to take revenge. But when they looked at Ling Xiao, they discovered that this guy did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he flew to Xiao Jin's side at an extremely fast speed and let Xiao Jin swallow a few medicinal pills. That medicinal pill was, of course, the 1,000-year fire snake pill. Not only could it rapidly heal Xiao Jin's injuries, but it could also increase Xiao Jin's combat strength again, reducing the gap between him and Lan Mimi. Brat, you dared to look down on us! Fire Sword King and Ice Sword King were greatly annoyed. It was not like they had never seen a genius warrior like Ling Xiao before. He was extremely arrogant in front of them, but in the end, he was easily defeated by them and could no longer be arrogant. A warrior who had just broken through to the early stage of the Yin-Yang Realm's 18th level of Hell had to face two warriors at the peak of the Yin-Yang Realm's 18th level of Hell at the same time. Defeat? This kind of thing had never happened in the Black Tortoise continent. No matter how heaven-defying a genius was, it was impossible to do this. Not to mention too, even if it was one, perhaps only the human kings of the past could do it. And facing two at the same time, even a human king could not do it. There was a huge gap between them. If the gap between each small realm of the 17th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm was 1. Even if one faced a peak warrior at the early stage, it was only a difference of 3. It was still possible to win. However, the gap between each small realm of the Yin-Yang realm's 18th level of Hell was 10. Facing a peak warrior at the early stage, the gap was 30. A 10-fold increase in difficulty, this was an almost impossible task. That was why Fire Sword King and Ice Sword King were so confident. That was why they thought that Ling Xiao was just farting there. Brat, today we will let you know what it means to overestimate yourself. What it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Fire Sword King completely released his aura. A Fire Sword martial soul appeared behind him. Chapter 3085. Facing the arrogant Fire Sword Monarch. The proud Ice Sword Monarch. Ling Xiao smiled. Actually, today's danger had come to an end. From the moment he joined the battle, Lan Mimi was destined to lose. Lan Mimi was strong, but facing the pincer attack of Long Xiang and Xiao Jin, it was impossible for her to break free in a short time. What Ling Xiao needed to do was to kill the rest of the enemies. The Fire Sword Monarch was right about one thing. The difference between the early and peak of the first transition's 17th level of Hell was far less than the difference between the early and peak of the first transition's 18th level of Hell. However, Ling Xiao's improvement was not small either. The Sun God's energy awakened from 1000th to 100th. Coupled with the Black Tortoise Divine Body, this was a very terrifying boost. Stepping on the ground, Ling Xiao felt incomparably powerful. His body seemed to be closely connected with the earth, and the endless power of the earth was constantly replenishing his internal energy. This made him more confident. There's no use in talking so much nonsense. Come, Ice Sword Monarch! Fire Sword Monarch! Ling Xiao took out the demonic dragon sword and pointed at the two of them. Although he was confident, he would not underestimate his opponent. His opponent was not weak. On the contrary, she was very strong. This battle was not going to be easy. If he really dared to underestimate his opponent, he might end up like Chu Jianwang. Kill! The Fire Sword Monarch was the first to lose his patience. He waved the fire sword in his hand and charged at Ling Xiao. His speed was extremely fast, like a fiery red lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. The fire was monstrous, and the sword she was incomparably sharp. It directly slashed at Ling Xiao's head. Die, brat! Ling Xiao closed his eyes, and the demonic dragon sword in his hand glowed with an earthy yellow light. In his mind, a gigantic black tortoise appeared. Ancient, eternal, and powerful. Kill! He did not use any moves. He just casually stabbed out with his sword. The earthy yellow power of the earth enveloped the entire demonic dragon sword. It collided with the blazing fire sword. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the black tortoise divine physique did not only bring him a simple increase in defense. It also allowed him to further master the power of the earth. In the past, he had comprehended the power of the royal Heaven-Earth Queen. However, that was only the benefit that the Queen of Heaven-Earth's remnant consciousness left for him. It wasn't everything, and it might not even be 1/10,000th of it. Because of this, after arriving at the Black Tortoise continent, he still had to use all kinds of combat constitutions, including defensive martial arts, to strengthen his defense. But now, the Black Tortoise divine physique had allowed his power of earth to evolve. Rumble! On one side, flames soared into the sky, dyeing half the sky red. On the other side, yellow soil was flying in the air, and sand was rolling like a sandstorm. The terrifying collision even affected the rest of the battle. Neither of them retreated after this attack. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. The Black Tortoise divine body was indeed extremely powerful. Even when facing a first revolution Yin Yang realm martial artist who was at the peak of the 18th level of Hell, it would not lose out. In fact, he even had the upper hand. Together with the heaven-defying unbounded heavenly rat, he already had full confidence that he could defeat the Fire Sword King. However, at this moment, the Ice Sword King's attack came from behind him. These two people were really not holding back. In order to take revenge, they really thought highly of him. Golden Phoenix Incarnation. Ling Xiao did not turn around. A ball of fire flew out from his body and turned into a burning Ling Xiao. Its combat strength was almost the same as the current Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already cultivated this medium general level martial art to the greater mastery realm. The Golden Phoenix Incarnation already possessed close to 100% of Ling Xiao's strength. Of course, the Golden Phoenix Incarnation without the Sky Tyrant martial soul was still inferior to Ling Xiao in terms of combat strength. However, it was more than enough to block the Ice Sword King's attack. After this attack, the Fire Sword King and the Ice Sword King were incomparably shocked. The Ice Sword King was slightly better off. Facing Ling Xiao's Golden Phoenix Incarnation, he was not injured. However, the Fire Sword King was not so well off. He directly faced Ling Xiao's original body. He was hit and penetrated by Ling Xiao's demonic dragon sword that was wrapped in the power of the earth. One of his arms seemed to have dried up and lost a lot of water. He looked a little miserable. His face was completely distorted. Not only was he in pain, but he was also angry and berserk. With just one attack, he was actually injured by Ling Xiao. This was something that he could not accept no matter what. The Black Tortoise divine body is really domineering. Ling Xiao was also shocked. This Black Tortoise divine body not only increased the power of all his attacks, but also had a special effect of absorbing the water in the enemy's body. This was simply too domineering. It was many times stronger than the demonic dragon blood curse. The Fire Sword King did not think of this, and was hit in the end. This was still an injury through a weapon. If he was directly stabbed by Ling Xiao's demonic dragon sword, the Fire Sword King would probably be turned into dried meat at this time. Interesting. Black Tortoise Divine Body! Ling Xiao had a feeling that this Black Tortoise Divine Body would definitely be one of the keys for him to dominate the Black Tortoise continent. He must do his best to find the other 7 Black Tortoise Pearls and let the Black Tortoise Divine Body evolve to a perfect state. At that time, he believed that even the experts of the Eternal Life Palace would not be able to break through his terrifying physical defense. Damn it, what is going on? What did you do? Even if the Fire Sword King racked his brains, he would not be able to understand what kind of energy Ling Xiao used to make one of his arms almost completely dry. That was his right hand that held the sword. Once it was crippled, his entire strength would be greatly reduced. Of course, he could not understand. No one could understand. Because even in the Black Tortoise continent, no one had truly swallowed and refined the Black Tortoise Pearl. Ling Xiao was the first. Therefore, the changes that were happening in Ling Xiao's body were not only confusing to his enemies, but also to his companions. However, there was a difference. The enemy felt panic. His companions felt surprise. Fire Sword King, are you okay? The Ice Sword King asked anxiously. At this time, he was forced by the Golden Phoenix incarnation to the point that he could not get close to Ling Xiao, nor could he save the Fire Sword King. He could only anxiously shout. I won't die yet, but you have to quickly end the battle. It's just an incarnation, don't drag it out for too long, or else I will really die. The Fire Sword King knew that they had underestimated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who had swallowed and refined the Black Tortoise Pearl, was definitely not the same as before. It was as if he had been reborn. He had to be serious. Fortunately, although his right arm was almost dry, it could still be used. The Ice Sword King was also complaining in his heart. What was a mere Golden Phoenix incarnation? Although it was just an incarnation, its fighting strength was not much weaker than Ling Xiao's. Although he was not afraid, it was almost impossible to finish it in a short time. However, although he thought so, his hands still moved faster. Chapter 3086. Ling Xiao was not at a disadvantage against the Fire Sword Monarch and the Ice Sword Monarch. The rest of the people were also fighting. Long Qin finally killed a Sword Monarch who was at the late stage of the 18th level of Hell in a one-on-one battle. 3 of the 5 Sword Monarchs had died. Long Qin freed up his hands and went to help Long Xiang and Little Gold. The real troublesome one was Lan Mimi. Although Long Qin was not as powerful as Long Xiang and Little Gold, he could still help. Especially his golden dragon body, which was a real dragon's body. Its defense was not inferior to Ling Xiao's Black Tortoise Divine Body. Lan Mimi had already attacked Long Xiang and Little Gold until they were in a sorry state. However, with Long Chen's addition, the Golden Dragon Body and the terrifying Dragon Extinction, the battle became a tug of war again. On Ling Xiao's side, the battle was still going on. The Fire Sword Monarch rose into the air. The fire sword in his hand was brewing an even more powerful sword essence. The fiery sword essence exploded in the void. The fire sword instantly expanded and became extremely huge, like a huge guillotine. The entire sky seemed to be covered by this huge sword. The sky above Ling Xiao's head was completely crimson red. A general-level martial technique? As expected, a sword monarch martial artist naturally had a general-level martial technique. Although it looked like a beginner general-level martial technique, its power was not to be underestimated. Fire Soul, great flame saber! The fire sword monarch roared, and a terrifying attack poured down. Do you think you're the only one with a general-level martial technique? I won't lose to you! Ling Xiao shook the demon dragon sword in his hand. The demon dragon sword was surrounded by flames and merged with the power of the earth. Then, he pointed at the sky and stabbed out with the sword. The first style of the exotic flame sword technique, fire rain burst. There was a crazy sandstorm in the fire rain. The fire and sand merged into one and turned into scorching magma. Scalding quicksand. It crazily collided with the great flame saber. The sky seemed to be completely melted by these two balls of energy. Rumble. Rumbles sounded continuously. The collision between sword chi and sword chi was white-hot. The Fire Sword King was afraid of the special effect of Ling Xiao's attack, so he didn't dare to get close. That was why he used the ferocious Great Flame Saber. However, Ling Xiao's strange flame sword art was not to be trifled with either. Coupled with the ferocious power of the earth, not only did the flames not show any signs of weakening, they became even more terrifying. Break! With a furious roar, Ling Xiao passed through the layers of obstacles and flew out of the scorching sandstorm. The demon dragon sword struck the fire sword, and a terrifying power gushed out from his body. Ling Xiao didn't want to continue playing. He had been paying close attention to the situation of his companions with his soul force. Chan Qingqing, Phantom, and Cold Plum were fine for now. But Lan Mimi was too strong. Even when Long Xiang, Long Qin, and Little Gold joined forces, they only managed to gain a slight advantage for a short period of time. Then, he was quickly suppressed. Until now, he was already surrounded by danger. He had to finish the battle as soon as possible so that he could help. Moreover, he had the strength to do so. Crack! The fire sword broke, and the demon dragon sword pierced through the fire sword monarch's body. A strange energy surged. The fire sword monarch turned into a dried corpse in an instant and fell to the ground. And Ling Xiao's potential increased by a lot. The fire sword monarch was dead. And he was killed by Ling Xiao's powerful strength. At this moment, those who looked down on him no longer had a reason to deny his strength. Previously, the Fire Sword Monarch and the Ice Sword Monarch thought that Ling Xiao had ambushed Chu Jianwang and Lu Jianwang. But now, Ling Xiao used facts to prove his strength once again. The Ice Sword Monarch was scared out of his wits when he saw this. He actually didn't care that the battle was still going on and turned to flee. Ling Xiao recalled his Golden Phoenix incarnation and didn't give chase. He killed the enemies to reduce their numbers and gain an advantage. Since the enemies had fled, there was no need to give chase. Hee, Lan Mimi, aren't you going to stop? Even if you're strong enough, do you believe that I won't kill all 4 demon kings of your demon dragon sword court? Ling Xiao's cold laughter suddenly sounded. He didn't have any hostages in his hands. But Lan Mimi was very clear that Ling Xiao definitely had the strength to do so. That Fire Sword Monarch wasn't any weaker than the 4 demon kings under her, but he was killed just like that. Demon Lord, don't worry about us. Kill these guys with all your strength, one of the demon kings shouted. They didn't want to be a burden. Moreover, in their opinion, even if Ling Xiao wanted to kill them, it wouldn't be that easy. However, just as his voice sounded, a sword light pierced through his throat. When he died, his eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. You're even more useless than the Fire Sword Monarch. I really don't know where your courage comes from. Ling Xiao mocked. Lan Mimi, I came this time purely for the Black Tortoise's power. This thing can be obtained by whoever has the ability. Your Demon Dragon Sword Court has guarded it for so many years, but no one has been able to obtain the Black Tortoise Pearl. This is simply a gift from the heavens, so don't be dissatisfied. I can guarantee you that as long as your Demon Dragon Sword Court doesn't make things difficult for me in the future, I won't make a move against your people. No matter what, I've been a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court for a few days. Ling Xiao killed the weakest demon king, then looked coldly at Lan Mimi and said, Let us go, or else you know the consequences. You can't kill me today. Lan Mimi was very unhappy. Very unhappy. She had a breath of air in her heart that she couldn't vent. But she was also very rational. She wanted the Black Tortoise's power to restore the prosperity of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. But if the remaining 3 Demon Kings were also killed, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Of course, more importantly, with so many helpers, even if she personally made a move, it would be very difficult to kill Ling Xiao. Get lost. She roared as if she was venting her anger. Thank you. Let's go. Ling Xiao carefully stared at Lan Mimi and gathered his people together. They all rode on the spirit bird and Xiao Jin. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared into the distance. Lan Mimi's gaze was gloomy to the extreme. It seems that I have no choice but to put down my pride and completely cooperate with the Sword God Hall. With the help of the Sword God Hall, the Demon Dragon Sword Court will definitely be able to rise again. The only troublesome thing is that those guys from the Sword God Hall will probably arrange for a lot of people to come in. Forget it, everything doesn't matter. I just want to kill Ling Xiao now. She had never hated a person as much as she did now. She swore that after everything in the Demon Dragon Sword Court returned to normal, she would personally hunt down Ling Xiao. Even if she had to chase him to the ends of the earth, she would definitely not let Ling Xiao live. That kid had really infuriated her. On the other side, Longchen looked at Ling Xiao excitedly and said, "Boss, you're simply too awesome. I've never seen a martial artist at the early stage of the Yin-Yang Realm's 18th level of hell who can kill a peak martial artist so easily. That was the Fire Sword King." Chapter 3087. That's right. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, we would have all died in the Devil Dragon Sword Court. That old demon Lan Mimi must be so angry right now. Long Xiang took the healing pill that Ling Xiao gave him and said excitedly, "To be honest, I've already decided to die. It seems like the heavens don't want me to die. But Ling Xiao, you must be careful. After this incident, Lan Mimi must hate you to the core. She might even cooperate with the Heavenly Sword Hall. At that time, you'll be in danger," Chang Qingqing reminded. She didn't say much, but what she said was the key point. "I've warned her. If she doesn't know what's good for her, I'll just destroy the Devil Dragon Sword Court," Ling Xiao said coldly. "Domineering! As expected of the person ranked 3rd on the bounty list. In the past, you were only qualified for the bounty, but now I think you're qualified with your strength. Even Qingqing and Phantom aren't a match for you." Long Xiang laughed. "If it wasn't for you guys risking your lives to help me, I wouldn't be where I am today. I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future," Ling Xiao said in a clear voice. "Don't do that in the future, boss." After Sister Phantom was captured by the Rare Goods House, not only was she poisoned with the 7 days powder, but her storage ring was also stolen. There were a large number of spiritual stones in it, and a fine Emperor-level sword was also stolen. Longchen hurriedly said, "It just so happens that we'll pass by the Heaven End City on our way to the Heaven End Ancient Ruins. Why don't we just take revenge for Sister Phantom? Is that true?" Ling Xiao looked at Phantom and asked doubtfully. Phantom nodded helplessly. She didn't want to say it at first as she was afraid that Ling Xiao would impulsively find trouble with the Rare Goods House. The Rare Goods House is an auction house under the Heaven End Palace. We can't afford to offend them. If we hurt the Heaven End King, the Heavenly Sword Hall will definitely go crazy," Phantom hurriedly reminded. "I don't care about the Heaven End King or the Heavenly Sword Hall. Sister Phantom, you guys are willing to risk your lives to protect me. If I can't even avenge you guys, am I still human? Furthermore, my cultivation has increased greatly now, but it's still not stable enough. I just happen to need to exchange blows with experts. This Tianjue King is just nice to be my sparring partner." Ling Xiao looked ahead. They would arrive at the Heaven Extinction City very soon. "Well said, let's go together, we don't have to be afraid of the Tianju Palace," Long Xiang said. "No, I'll go alone this time. You guys go to the Heaven's End Ancient Ruins first, and meet up with Big Brother Bai Fong and the others." If I'm alone, it'll be easier for me to retreat if I run into trouble, Ling Xiao said. No! The rest of the people directly refused. Listen to me. With my current strength, although I might not be a match for Tianju Wang, I'm good at escaping. He can't kill me. However, if there are too many people, I'll become a burden. Ling Xiao explained. What's more, the situation in the Tianjue ancient ruins is unknown. The earlier you go, the earlier you can help Brother Bai Fang and the others. This is my business. I have to follow. Phantom said. Forget it. You'll follow. There's no need to discuss with the rest. You guys should focus on the big picture. Don't mess up. Ling Xiao wanted Phantom to see him take revenge for her, so it was fine to bring her along. Anyway, he had the beast's ring and could let her hide temporarily. Don't forget, I still have Xiao Jin. His strength is not inferior to big brother Long Xiang. Alright, since you've already decided, we won't say anything more. Remember, run if you can't win. There's a small town outside the Heaven's End ancient ruins. Let's gather there. Long Xiang nodded and said, Boss, take care. Long Chen knew his boss's temper too well. No one could change his mind once he had decided on something. Master, I'll wait for you outside the Heaven's End ancient ruins. Moreover, I'll become stronger. Cold Plum also said seriously. As they spoke, they had already arrived outside the Heaven's End ancient ruins and split into two. Long Xiang, Chang Qingqing, Long Chen, and Cold Plum headed to the Heaven's End ancient ruins to help Bai Fang and the others. Ling Xiao and Phantom went directly to the rare goods building. There was an auction going on in the rare goods building. The one hosting the auction was the lady boss of the rare goods building, Mei Ruhu. Suddenly, the entire roof of the rare goods building was blasted apart. Two figures were floating in the sky. Everyone looked up in surprise and couldn't help but exclaim, It's him! It's that Ling Xiao! He killed young Master Yu Ling and crippled little fire god. He still dares to come to the Heaven's End ancient ruins? Seeing Ling Xiao and Phantom, Mei Ruhe knew that things weren't going well. She gently crushed a talisman with her right hand. That was 1,000 miles voice transmission talisman imported from the Immortal Court. Although it could only be used once, it was very useful to contact her own people during critical moments. After doing that, her angry expression instantly turned into a charming smile. Young Master Ling, you're really interesting. Instead of going through the front door, you came down from the roof. This rare goods building is the property of the Heaven's End Palace. Aren't you afraid that the Heaven's End Palace will come after you for destroying it? Ling Xiao didn't bother to talk nonsense with her. He went straight to the point. Give me Phantom's storage ring and apologize to her. I can spare your life. You! The charming smile on Mei Ruhe's face instantly turned ferocious and terrifying. Kid, do you really think that I, Mei Ruhe, will be afraid of you? Coming to my place to behave atrociously, do you think I'm that useless young noble spectre? I'll give you 10 breaths to make your decision. Ling Xiao started counting coldly. 10! His voice carried an intense chill that enveloped Wannabe Fox's entire body. Wannabe Fox's body suddenly trembled, and his expression changed drastically. However, she still gritted her teeth and said, You don't have to continue counting. I won't give you anything. 9! Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear her, and continued counting. Is there something wrong with that kid's head? The experts of the Mansion of Spectres and Fire Cloud Palace are all looking for him. Now he's offending the Heaven End King's residence. Isn't that just courting death? The people in the auction house couldn't understand Ling Xiao's actions. They all thought that Ling Xiao was a fool. Could that guy be after the Heavenly Tribulation Jade? No way. He's only in the early 17th level of the Hell of Yin Yang. He's still far from the life-seizing level. Why would he want the Heavenly Tribulation Jade? The Heavenly Tribulation Jade exists to fight against the Heavenly Tribulation. Every time a life-sizer tries to seize life from the heavens, he'll be punished by the heavens. That's the Heavenly Tribulation. Most martial artists who reach the life-seizing level from the peak of the 18th level of the Hell of Yin Yang will be killed by the Heavenly Tribulation. The heavenly tribulation jade can help martial artists overcome the difficulties. He doesn't need it. I don't think he'll ever reach the life-seizing level. That's true. Besides, the heavenly tribulation jade is incomparably precious. It wasn't easy for the House of Mystical Goods to get one from the Heaven End King. That Ling Xiao probably doesn't even know about it. The people below were discussing fervently, but Ling Xiao heard everything. He didn't know that the second cycle life-sizer was so terrifying that he needed the heavenly tribulation jade to save his life. Chapter 3088. Ling Xiao was very interested in the use of the Heaven Calamity Jade. By then, Ling Xiao had already counted to 5. Then, he added, "By the way, give me the Heaven Calamity Jade that you auctioned. You're pushing your luck." Mong Rua Fox's entire body was trembling. It was a trembling of anger and displeasure. Ling Xiao really looked down on her too much, and this made her very unhappy. "You have 2 breaths of time left. Make your own decision." Ling Xiao was still counting, but he had already started to use his Tai Chi to search for the Heaven Calamity Jade and Phantom Storage Ring. He knew that Huan Ruhu would not give him the items so easily, so she was just giving him time to search. "Found it!" Ling Xiao was overjoyed. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared into the void, rushing into the auction house. When he reappeared, he had 2 more items in his hands. One was the Heaven Calamity Jade, and the other was Phantom's Storage Ring. The items in the storage ring had not been taken out because Phantom's Storage Ring had been set up with a restriction. Such a storage ring was really rare. Anyway, none of the storage rings that Ling Xiao had obtained before had this function. "Take it." Ling Xiao gave the storage ring to Phantom, then took the Heaven Calamity Jade and put it in the Mountain River realm. That was the safest place. Then, he looked at Mong Rua Fox and counted the last number. 1. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then die." Faced with Huan Ruhu, who was charming and had an excellent figure, Ling Xiao did not have any intention of showing any mercy. He directly threw a punch across the air. Of course, he did not use his full strength in this punch. He only used 10% of his strength. Now, if he wanted to kill Huan Ruhu, 10% of his strength would be more than enough. However, just as he was about to throw a punch, a figure appeared in front of Handsome Fox and blocked his attack. It easily blocked Ling Xiao's punch. This person was wearing silver armor and looked like a young general. She looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, similar to Ling Xiao's age. "Darling Fox, are you all right?" The young general blocked Ling Xiao's punch and asked Zhang Ruhu gently. "Young city lord, is it really you? That's great. This Ling Xiao is simply too much. Not only did he snatch away what we got, but he also snatched away the Heaven Calamity Jade that Lord Tianju gave us to auction." When Mong Rua Fox saw the young general, he was overjoyed. Although she had sent out a distress signal, she did not expect the other party to come so early. "Young city lord?" Ling Xiao frowned. "That person is Tianju Wang's son, Tianju City's young city lord, Tianju Sanhua," Phantom said from the side. At this moment, her expression became incomparably ugly and frightened. Her body couldn't help but tremble, as if she had seen something terrifying. Ling Xiao looked at Phantom and said with concern, "Sister Phantom, why don't you hide in the beast's ring for a while?" "No need. Some things have to be settled in the end." She shook her head, looked at Tianju Sanhua, and said sternly, "Tianju Sanhua, you beast! Today I, Phantom, will definitely kill you!" Young City Lord Tianju Sanhua raised his head and looked at Phantom. He suddenly sneered. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Miss Phantom? TSK, now that I think about it, your skills in bed are really not bad. Although it's a little lacking compared to my darling Fox, it's still first rate. Why? Do you want to have sex with this young city lord again? I'll kill you!" Phantom was completely enraged by Tianju Sanhua's words. She pulled out her long sword and was about to kill. However, she was stopped by Ling Xiao. "Sister Phantom, I roughly know what happened. Don't worry, I'll let you deal with that guy. Even if you cut off his flesh piece by piece, it's all yours. Ling Zhao's voice was extremely sinister and terrifying. Although he did not know Phantom for a long time, he knew that Phantom should be a lively girl. Presumably, being defiled by a beast must be very painful. If she did not kill Tianju Sanhua, this matter would probably become Phantom's shadow for the rest of her life. He really came at the right time today. Phantom began to cry. She cried very sadly. Ling Xiao put her away into the beast ring. Through the beast ring, she could see everything that happened outside. You're Ling Xiao? Tianju Sanhua finally looked at Ling Xiao and said with a cold smile. Your attacks are soft, and without any strength. I really don't know what a trash like you came here for. Are you here specially to deliver women to me? Or are you here to court death? I originally just wanted to come and take back what Sister Phantom lost. But now, I suddenly decided to castrate you, this beast, first, then hand you over to Sister Phantom to slowly skin you alive. Ling Zhao's voice exuded a terrifying sharpness. Hearing it, the people in the auction house all felt like their bodies were being slowly sliced apart by knives. It was unbearable to the extreme. Ha ha ha, kid, did you take the wrong medicine? I advise you to obediently hand over the Heaven Calamity Jade and Phantom. That way, I might leave you with an intact corpse. Tianju Sanhua was extremely arrogant. He had achieved success at a young age. Under the nurturing of his father, Tianju King, his current cultivation had already reached the early stage of Yin-Yang Realm's 18 levels of hell. This cultivation was not inferior to Empress Lan Meichen at all. Therefore, he was also known as a peerless genius on the same level as Empress Lan Meichen. Whether it was young Master Yu Ling or Little Fire God, they could not compare to him. Moreover, he had once challenged a martial artist who was at the late stage of Yin-Yang Realm's 18 levels of hell. Therefore, under the age of 20, he had always felt that he was invincible. No one could be his match. As for Ling Xiao, he did not take it to heart at all. Then there's no room for negotiation? Ling Xiao said coldly. Negotiate my ass! In the entire Tianju city, other than my father, no one dares to negotiate with me, Tianju Sanhua. Among martial artists under the age of 20, I, Tianju Sanhua, am an invincible existence. Do you want to die without an intact corpse? Tianju Sanhua revealed a mocking and sinister smile. When the people heard this, they all sighed. Tianju Sanhua was indeed rude enough. This guy relied on his cultivation of Yin-Yang Realm's 18 levels of hell and was simply condescending. Coupled with the might of Tianju royal residence, there was really no one who dared to provoke him in Tianju City. Even outside Tianju City, there were probably not many who dared to provoke him. Although Ling Xiao was third on the bounty board, his fame was greater than his strength. Daring to oppose Tianju Sanhua, he would really die without an intact corpse. Tianju Sanhua, this lunatic, would definitely do as he said. It was absolutely impossible for him to show mercy. In this case, other than dying, I'm still dead? Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile. In the past, many people had given me the same choice. They thought that they had me in the bag and felt that killing me was very easy. But in the end, the ones who died were all them. Chapter 3089. Ling Xiao looked at Tianju Sanhua coldly. Today, not only that woman will die. You will die too. Ling Xiao suspected that Huanruo Fox was the same as Demon Lord Lan Mimi, a womanizer. As a woman, Lan Mimi had defiled many wives of demon generals and demon kings. The tragic experiences of those women were even more terrifying than being defiled by men. The feeling that Huanruo Fox gave Ling Xiao was very similar to Lan Mimi. It was just that her strength was not as strong as Lan Mimi. Therefore, he would definitely not let this woman go. Kill us? Tianju Sanhua was stunned. He thought that he had heard wrongly. Not only did Ling Xiao not seem to be afraid of him, he was even threatening him. Even the onlookers were stunned when they heard this. They knew that Ling Xiao had killed young Master Yu Ling. But compared to young Master Yu Ling and Tianju Sanhua, they were not on the same level. Hee, my dear, you heard it, right? Huan Ruofox said with a smile. Of course she was happy because Ling Xiao had angered Tianju Sanhua. The final outcome would definitely be very tragic, and that was what she wanted to see. Of course I heard it, but I thought I heard wrongly. In Tianju City, he is the only one under the age of 20 who dares to threaten me. Tianju Sanhua revealed a cruel sneer and looked at Ling Xiao. You will die. And you will die miserably. I will let you know what the most painful way to die in this world is. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. Clearly, he had lost his patience with Ling Xiao and was no longer prepared to wait. Die! A cold shout came out from Tianju Sanhua's mouth. And his figure also disappeared the moment the voice sounded. The onlookers could not find any trace of him. They were incomparably shocked. They felt that this 16 or 17-year-old young city lord Tianju Sanhua was really too powerful. No wonder he was as famous as Lan Mimi of Demon Dragon Sword Court. They could not see it, but it did not mean that Ling Xiao could not see it. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi instantly locked onto Tianju Sanhua's position. This person should be good at palm techniques. This palm caused the palm wind to explode. It was like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. There was actually a terrifying feeling of being torn apart by a storm. It exuded a cold and sharp aura. His target was naturally Ling Xiao. And it was Ling Xiao's head. The moment the heaven extinction scattering flower made a move, it was going to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is finished. I'm afraid that even the attack of the ultimate heaven scattering flower can't detect it, right? Who asked him to provoke the young city lord? Can't he just live well? Everyone secretly shook their heads. They all felt that Ling Xiao was a little too conceited and overconfident. How could he dodge an attack that he couldn't even see? Ling Xiao was dead meat. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his right hand and pointed. No one knew where he was going to point. However, in the next moment, a clanging sound was heard. People finally saw the heavens end scattering flowers. His hand actually already reached the top of Ling Xiao's head. And Ling Xiao's finger just happened to hit that hand of the heavens end scattering flower. That hand's palm was actually directly penetrated by this finger. The heavens end scattering flower felt pain and rapidly retreated, standing several dozen meters away from Ling Xiao. Looking at his bleeding right hand, he was incredibly shocked. That finger of Ling Xiao's was simply as sharp as a sharp sword. Furthermore, wherever he pointed, it would hit. It was simply extremely accurate. The instantaneous penetrating power was comparable to mortal-grade Emperor artifact. He had actually pierced through his palm. Compared to the pain on his palm, he was even more displeased in his heart. Being injured by Ling Xiao in one move in front of so many people was a very humiliating thing to him. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. If it were a few days ago, he might be afraid of the heavens end scattering flower. But today, since he came to take revenge, that meant that he had a sufficient understanding of his strength. He could even kill the Fire Sword King who was at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm's 18 levels of hell. Not to mention a mere heavens end scattering flower. Although the heavens end scattering flower was a genius, killing a late-stage martial artist with his early-stage cultivation of Yin-Yang Realm's 18 levels of hell. But even if he had late-stage strength, in the end, he was still not a match for Ling Xiao. Good boy, you really have some skills. It seems that I really underestimated you. But if you think that this is all my strength, then you're wrong. The heavens end scattering flower was really stunned by Ling Xiao. So he had to unleash all his strength. Behind him, a huge palm appeared. The entire palm was pitch black like ink, but it was incomparably huge. This kind of martial spirit was very unique. Ling Xiao had seen something similar in the Heavenly Dragon continent before, but that was a fist. No wonder the heavens end scattering flower was good at palm techniques. It seemed that it had a lot to do with this martial spirit. Fusion! Devil Buddha hand martial spirit! The so-called fusion of the heaven's end scattering flower was the fusion of this martial spirit and his hands. After the fusion, his hands instantly became pitch black like ink, giving people the feeling that his combat strength had soared by a lot. Whether it was attack or defense, it made people even more fearful. At the same time, the aura on his body rose rapidly. At this time, he was simply like a devil Buddha, wanting to use the devil Buddha hand to clean up the evil in the world. Devil Buddha Heaven's End Palm. The power of the elementary general level martial arts combined with the devil Buddha hand martial spirit was simply terrifying. When this move was used, the entire sky was filled with the shadow of the devil Buddha hand. It was as if there were countless palms all slapping towards Ling Xiao. The entire space was targeted at Ling Xiao's attack. What was real and what was false, it was completely impossible to distinguish. This palm wind covered the sky and completely blocked all angles of Ling Xiao's escape. People couldn't help but sigh. It seems that it was just a coincidence just now. Ling Xiao is really going to die this time. There's no way to avoid such a move. Many people thought of themselves as Ling Xiao and put themselves in his shoes. In the end, they realized that no matter what, they couldn't avoid the fate of death. Ling Xiao would definitely be smashed into meat paste by the terrifying devil Buddha hand. This was really a very miserable way to die in the world. In the beast ring, seeing this scene, Phantom was extremely nervous and even wanted to rush out to help Ling Xiao. However, she was stopped by Ling Xiao. As for that fox-like appearance, he laughed crazily. See, this is the price for daring to cause trouble in our rare goods house. She was very proud. Although it was not her who wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but Tianju Dark Flower. But as long as Ling Xiao could die, she would be very happy. However, at this time, Ling Xiao showed a disdainful smile. His body instantly entered the Frost Dragon Beast Soul transformation state. Around him, the air instantly became extremely cold, and a lot of frost appeared on the originally hot street. Frost Dragon Breath. He roared. He opened his mouth and spat. A large area of dragon breath was released. It rushed towards the countless devil Buddha hands in the sky. As long as the devil Buddha hands were touched by the frost dragon breath, they would completely disappear under the terrifying freezing force. A mournful scream came from the endless ice dragon breath. Chapter 3090. The Heaven's End Sanhua fled to an even higher sky in fright, but his hands had already been frozen into ice cubes. His expression was ferocious and terrified. It was as pale as a white paper. The life aura of his frozen hands was rapidly fading away. The frost dragon's ice breath was not only cold, but also had the terrifying effect of sucking the opponent's vitality. This was the most terrifying part of the undead creatures. At this time, Ling Xiao stood in the void. A pair of wings made of bones and frost grew out of his back. The cold and evil aura was constantly released. It made all the onlookers feel the terrible feeling of the end of the world. What a joke! How did Ling Xiao become so strong? Tianju Sanhua was invincible under the age of 20. Hee, what a joke! What a cool transformation! So powerful! The Frost Dragon Beast Soul transformation was not only awe-inspiring, but also very powerful. Both the face and the strength were there. At this time, Phantom finally understood why Ling Xiao stopped her. Dealing with a mere Tianju Sanhua, there was really no need for her to come out to help. Ling Xiao alone could easily deal with it. Looking at Meiruhu again, she was so scared that she retreated again and again. Even Tianju Sanhua was not a match for Ling Xiao, let alone her. Ling Xiao! I want you to die! Both arms were almost completely crippled, and Tianju Sanhua burst out a roar of incomparable hatred. It's useless for you to shout. I said, not only you will die today, but the woman behind you will also die. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Tianju Sanhua. In fact, if it was a smart person, he should have already seen that Tianju Sanhua was definitely not a match for Ling Xiao. But the onlooker sees the game clearly, and the person involved is confused. Tianju Sanhua absolutely did not want to admit that he would lose to appear. Moreover, it was a small character who came out of an unknown small country. I won't die! Tianju Sanhua almost roared out. I was born in the Tianju Palace, and I have an advantage that you absolutely can't compare to. So what if I give you these arms? I have the Blood Soul Talisman, do you have it? The Blood Soul Talisman was a spirit talisman that could continuously increase in power along with the user's strength. It was a spirit talisman that could fuse with a martial artist's soul. Let's see how you're going to block it. Finished speaking, the heaven extinction scattering flower actually directly crippled his own two arms. After that, a black light flew out from his soul realm. It grew with the wind and turned into a Blood Soul Talisman. The Blood Soul Talisman was 10 square meters. It gave off a disturbing aura. This is my Blood Soul Sword Talisman. My father spent countless offerings to get it from the experts of the Immortal Court continent. Fusing with his own sword chi and sword intent, fusing with my soul. The power released is enough to directly kill a martial artist at the peak of the 18th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Tianju Sanhua laughed crazily. The Blood Soul Sword Talisman began to release streaks of sharp sword chi in the air. The sword will soar into the sky, filled with a terrifying destructive power. What a powerful force! Is this the legendary Blood Soul symbol? He did not expect that the heavenly extinction scattering flowers was actually forced to such an extent by Ling Xiao. He even had to use his last trump card. No wonder the heavenly extinction scattering flower dared to say that he was invincible under the age of 20. It seems that it was because of this Blood Soul Sword Talisman. In everyone's opinion, Ling Xiao was indeed very strong, extremely powerful. It was rumored that his talent was even stronger than Empress Lan Meichen. Seeing it today, it was indeed so. But facing the Blood Soul Talisman, facing this kind of Blood Soul Talisman that only the people of the Immortal Court continent had, how could Ling Xiao be a match for him? Geniuses should keep a low profile. Otherwise, if they were too ostentatious, they would easily die. Blood Soul Talisman? I haven't used it for a long time. I really miss it. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. His Blood Soul Talisman had always been in his soul realm. And it was 2 Blood Soul Talismans. 1 Blood Soul 18 Hell Talisman. 1 Blood Soul Dragon Talisman. He didn't use it in the past because he was afraid that he wasn't strong enough and would be targeted by his enemies. But now, he had met and recognized Long Chen and Cold Plum. Even if he didn't use it, others could find him. So there was no need for him to be afraid. When it was time to use it, he would naturally use it. At present, the Blood Soul Dragon Talisman already had the dragon souls of the Immemorial Hull Dragon, Immemorial Natural Dragon, and Immemorial 5 Elements Dragon. However, it was still incomplete and its power couldn't reach its peak. Furthermore, this primordial dragon soul was too hateful and enviable. So Ling Xiao didn't plan to use it. The Blood Soul 18 Hell Talisman was different. Now Ling Xiao had already cultivated to the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm, level 18 Hell. This Blood Soul 18 Hell Talisman was a terrifying Blood Soul Talisman that had gone through the first turn. Its power was truly powerful. No one below the peak of the first turn of the 18 Hell could defeat it. What do you mean? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone was a little surprised. They thought that Ling Xiao had exhausted his abilities and couldn't resist the heavenly extinction scattering flowers Blood Soul Talisman. But hearing Ling Xiao's words, could it be that he also had a Blood Soul Talisman? Their doubts were quickly answered. Ling Xiao transformed into his Frost Dragon Beast Soul and a Blood Soul Talisman flew out of his soul realm. This Blood Soul Talisman grew with the wind. It was actually much bigger than the heavenly extinction scattering flowers Blood Soul Sword Talisman. This Blood Soul Talisman released a total of 18 Hell and the terrifying aura of the Yellow Spring Sea. Death. Evil. Fear. It's really a Blood Soul Talisman. What kind of Blood Soul Talisman is this? Why does it feel so powerful? It's much stronger than the heavenly extinction scattering flowers Blood Soul Sword Talisman. Everyone looked at the huge blood soul talisman above Ling Xiao's head in surprise. 18 Hell's gates lit up in the blood soul talisman. Then, they opened almost simultaneously. The moment they opened, the aura of hell was completely released. At that moment, many people felt as if they were already dead. So powerful! So abnormal! How can there be such a monster? People couldn't understand how Ling Xiao, who was just a martial artist from a small country, could get a blood soul talisman. And this blood soul talisman seemed to be even more powerful than the heavenly extinction scattering flowers blood soul sword talisman. This battle was probably going to surprise everyone again. Invincible under the age of 20? To think that you have the face to say it. How big is the mystic world? You're just born in a small place and don't know how many heroes there are. How many geniuses are there? You actually dare to say that you're invincible? Not only shameless, but also ignorant. And laughable. Ling Xiao looked at the heavenly extinction scattering flower and said sarcastically, "Maybe it's because your father is the heavenly extinction king, so you're really spoiled. Your blood soul talisman came from the charity of the immortal court continent. It came from the fusion of your father's sword energy and sword intent. And my blood soul talisman was snatched by me personally and strengthened until today. I really don't know what qualifications you, a second-generation martial artist lying on someone else's merit book, have to mock me as a martial artist from a small country. That's right, I'm indeed a martial artist from a small country, but as long as I can defeat you, that's enough." What a domineering young man, what a proud young man. Perhaps this was the key to him being able to grow all the way until today. Chapter 3091. Ling Xiao's words were like thunder in Tianju Sanhua's ears. At that moment, Tianju Sanhua even doubted himself. Was he really the strongest? Was he really an invincible existence under the age of 20? He relied on his family's advantage and obtained the blood soul talisman. He thought that he could firmly suppress Ling Xiao. However, in the end, he was still suppressed by the other party. As the 18 hell talismans bloomed, Ling Xiao's aura became stronger and stronger. It covered the sky and the sun, destroying the world. It was as if he wanted to destroy the entire Tianju city. "Kill!" Ling Xiao raised his hand and waved it down. The huge 18 hell talismans rushed towards Tianju Sanhua. The terrifying aura of hell filled the air and became denser. It was as if it wanted to bring everything into the space of death. Tianju Sanhua's face instantly turned pale. He found that his blood soul sword talisman was like a baby encountering a brave warrior in front of the 18 hell talismans. It was constantly retreating, shrinking. It was even gradually devoured. It was unstoppable. Even the sword intent and sword chi from his father, Tianju King, could not resist the terrifying 18 hell talismans. He was facing a disaster. "Spare me, I don't want anything. I can give you more heaven calamity jades." Seeing that the blood soul sword talisman was completely suppressed by the 18 hell talismans, Tianju Sanhua finally felt that death was approaching. He was extremely terrified. If Ling Xiao did not stop, then he would definitely be killed by the terrifying blood soul talisman. He had to beg for mercy and tempt Ling Xiao with great benefits. That arrogant Tianju Sanhua actually begged for mercy? People could not believe their ears. The powerful and arrogant Tianju Sanhua. He was the absolute overlord of Tianju City. Almost no one dared to provoke him. He arrogantly gave Ling Xiao two choices. One was death, and the other was to die without an intact corpse. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was doomed and that it was impossible for him to escape the clutches of Tianju Sanhua. They all thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. However, this ending was so unexpected. The heavens and scattered flowers, known as the Invincible under the age of 20, was actually unable to beat Ling Xiao. It was completely suppressed by Ling Xiao's strange and powerful blood soul rune. At this time, the heavens and scattering flowers actually abandoned his dignity in order to save his life. He wanted to beg for mercy and give Ling Xiao some benefits in exchange for his life. Haha, what's the point of saying all this now? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Just now, you wanted to kill me. You wanted me to die without an intact corpse. Now that you can't beat me, you want to beg for mercy and use the Heaven Calamity Jade in exchange for your life. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed, trash. If he let go of the Heaven's Extinction Flower today because of this, then in the future those who had a little bit of capital could casually come up and slap him a few times, and kick him a few times. Begging for mercy when he couldn't win and then giving him something to settle the matter? Then what would he become? A masochist who could be bullied? His killing intent towards the Heaven's End Scattering Flowers had never changed from the beginning. Phantom's encounter had completely stimulated his killing intent. The Heaven's End Scattering Flowers must die! No, you can't kill me. I'm the son of the Heaven's End King, the young city lord of the Heaven's End City. If you kill me, my father, including the Heavenly Sword Hall, won't let you off. Seeing that his Blood Soul Sword rune had been completely swallowed by the 18 Hell runes. The death aura of the 18 Hell runes was wrapping around his entire body. The Heaven's End Scattering Flowers was completely anxious. He was already speaking without thinking, shouting and shouting, only begging Ling Xiao to spare his life. He believed that the signboard of the Heavenly Sword Hall and his father, the Heaven's End King, was still useful. The reason why he dared to be so unbridled and bold, other than his own strength. Of course, more importantly, he had a powerful father. This father was his most powerful backer. His father was very protective. No matter what he did wrong, his father would clean up the mess for him. And the way to clean up the mess was to get rid of the other party. It was because of this that basically no one in the Heaven's End City dared to attack the Heaven's End Scattering Flowers. Even if the person was stronger than the Heaven's End King, they wouldn't dare. This was because the Heavenly Sword Hall was backing the Heaven's End King. And the Heavenly Sword Hall's protection of the Heaven's End King was also famous. Regardless of right or wrong, he had to get rid of the other party first to defend the dignity of the Heaven's End King residence. Unless Ling Xiao was crazy, he wouldn't dare to kill the Heaven's End Scattering Flowers. That would cause a series of chain reactions. The Heavenly Sword Hall would probably list him as a target that had to be eliminated. One had to know that even the powerful Spectre Mountain Villa and Fire Cloud Palace were once domineering and insufferably arrogant when they were so close to the Heaven's End City. However, they didn't dare to offend the Heaven's End King residence. They even celebrated the Heaven's End King's birthday every year. The two sect masters would personally come to the Heaven's End City to offer their blessings. However, if he was afraid of threats, he wouldn't be Ling Xiao. When you trampled on Phantom back then, you should have known that such a day would come for you. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll let you suffer the pain of the 18 levels of hell using 18 different torture instruments. I'll let you understand what atrocities you have committed. As Ling Xiao spoke, he continued controlling the 18 hell talismans to envelop the Heaven's End Scattering Flowers. How dare you! Screams of terror rang out. Then, the Heaven's End Scattering Flowers felt his body being sucked into the 18 hell talismans. From the first level of hell to the 18th level of hell, there were all kinds of punishments. He stared in horror at the strange scene in the inferno. His heart was already horrified to the extreme. Despair, regret, sorrow. He was really spoiled in the past. He never imagined that such a day would come for him. Ah! A shrill scream sounded from the 18 hell talismans. The Heaven's End Scattering Flowers had already begun the torture in hell. It was over. Everyone knew very well that unless Ling Xiao was killed, the Heaven's End Scattering Flowers would be completely done for if he was trapped in the Blood Soul Talisman. Not only would he not see the light of day, but he would also be tortured in hell until he died. Seeing this, Mong Rua Fox collapsed to the ground. However, Ling Xiao did not forgive her because of her fear. This vicious woman was originally an accomplice of the Heaven's End Scattering Flowers. Half of the evil deeds that the Heaven's End Scattering Flowers had done were due to this woman. If she did not die, the heavens would not tolerate it. No. Mong Rua Fox also disappeared. Ling Xiao put away the 18 hell talismans and sent them back into his spirit ocean. The scene suddenly became cold and cheerless. There was dead silence. Surprise! Too much surprise. Many people were still in a state of shock, unable to wake up even now. Phantom, who was in the beast ring, looked at this scene in shock. The heavens and scattering flowers, that arrogant guy, was finished so easily? She was wild with joy and astonishment. Looking at Ling Xiao's proud and determined back, Phantom's beautiful eyes revealed a strange expression. Chapter 3092. Phantom felt that she was already a defiled person. How could she be worthy of such a proud and powerful man who abhorred evil? Suddenly, she was taken aback as though she thought of something. She shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, run! You killed Tianjue Sanhua. The people from Tianjue royal residence will definitely not let you off. Actually, just as Phantom was feeling extremely anxious, there were also people in the crowd who reminded Ling Xiao to run away quickly. Tianjue royal residence was definitely not to be trifled with. Not only was it the owner of Tianjue city, but it was also the strongest faction, stronger than Spectre Manor and Fire Cloud Palace. Tianjue royal residence had more than 10,000 people. Tianjue King wasn't the only expert. Apart from Tianjue King, who was a life-sizer expert, there were also 3 personal guard commanders, who were experts at the peak of the 18 levels of hell. There were also more than a dozen experts at the early to late stages of the 18 levels of hell. Although Ling Xiao was very strong and had extremely terrifying talent, he was alone. However, with just him alone, even with the help of Phantom, it was impossible for him to be a match for Jingji's Tianju Palace. Ling Xiao also knew the severity of the situation. However, before he could leave, Tianjue royal residence's army had arrived. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of numbers. What he was more fearful of was that there were indeed experts at the 18 levels of hell among the people from Tianjue royal residence. There was 1 at the peak, 3 at the late stages, and 7 at the middle and early stages. Tianjue King didn't seem to be here? Only one of the 3 personal guard commanders came? Could it be that the matter at the Tianjue ruins had attracted all the experts from Tianjue royal residence? Ling Xiao originally planned to escape, but when he sensed the strength of his opponent, he suddenly didn't want to leave. In fact, as long as Tianjue King wasn't around, he wasn't afraid of these people. He would destroy as many as came. The crowd of onlookers quickly made way and ran further away, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. With Tianjue Sanhua's fate unknown, the people from Tianjue royal residence would definitely be enraged. They might even hurt people. No one was willing to be implicated by a lunatic. The leader of the army was one of the 3 great commanders of the Tianju Palace, Commander Tianju. Not only was Commander Tianju one of the 3 great commanders, he was also Tianju's uncle. Knowing about the matter of the heaven extinction scattering flower, how could he not be furious? Ling Xiao, come out and face your death! Outside the rare goods building, Commander Tianju roared angrily. His voice was like a flash flood, forceful and terrifying. The unique goods tower, which was on the verge of collapsing due to Ling Xiao's bombardment, completely collapsed due to the terrifying sound. So powerful, as expected of a martial artist at the peak of the 18 levels of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. This strength was absolutely much stronger than the heaven extinction scattering flower young city lord. Ling Xiao is out of luck. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Ling Xiao was really too unlucky for not being able to escape in time. The battle that followed was not something that a young man like Ling Xiao could handle. What a noisy dog! Ling Xiao was actually not in the auction house at all. He simply sat on the ruins, picked up a bottle of good wine that he had rescued from the auction house and tasted it. He completely ignored the people below. Ling Xiao, let me fight with you. I am fine now, Phantom said. All right. Ling Xiao released Phantom. No matter what, Phantom was a martial artist at the 18 levels of hell in the first revolution of the yin-yang realm. She could still be of help. Kill them. The man must die and the woman must be alive. Commander Tianju gave the order with a cold and cruel expression. No one knew why he wanted Phantom alive. But this whole family was probably the same. They wouldn't do anything bad. Yes! They shouted in unison. In the formation, a group of martial artists all charged forward. These people were around the 17th level of the yin-yang realm and the first revolution of the yin-yang realm. There were about 100 of them, trying to make up for their weakness in strength with their advantage in numbers. Let me do it! Phantom's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. When she appeared again, she had already turned into hundreds of afterimages. She flashed among the hundreds of martial artists. Then she returned to normal. At that moment, the killing intent rose to the extreme. Hundreds of martial artists fell to the ground at the same time and rolled down from the ruins. Screams rose and fell one after another. Everyone's throat had been stabbed by a sword. This Phantom was an expert in assassin-type combat. But like Ling Xiao, she liked to stab people's throats. 100 people rushed up and all of them died. This made Commander Tianju's face even gloomier. How dare you attack the people of Tianju Mansion? It seems that you are really tired of living. Commander Tianju was furious. Idiot, I have killed Tianju's Sanhua. What is killing a few pawns? Besides, Sister Phantom and I are both on the bounty list. Even if today's incident didn't happen, do you think Heavenly Sword Hall will let us go? Ling Xiao looked at Commander Tianju in disdain and sneered. Archers, get ready! Shoot them! Don't leave anyone alive! Originally, Commander Tianju wanted to keep Phantom alive so that he could have a taste of this woman. But now it seemed that there was no need for that, and there was no possibility of that. Therefore, he was prepared to kill Ling Xiao and Phantom at the same time. It's okay. Watch me. You drink a few cups first. Ling Xiao was still sitting there and said to Phantom casually, This wine is not bad. It can also improve one's skills. Unfortunately, it can't be completely saved. That big fool is simply wasting God's gift. He wasn't talking nonsense. This wine seemed to be a special medicinal wine. It was similar to the food that he encountered in the White Tiger continent. Ling Xiao only drank a few mouthfuls and felt that the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 10%. The effect of the medicine was very strong. Seeing that Ling Xiao was not paying any attention to them, Commander Tianju was even more furious. Seeing that the archers were ready, he raised his right hand and then put it down fiercely. Shoot! As he shouted Ling Xiao, nearly 10,000 arrows pierced through the air and covered the sky like locusts. They didn't give Ling Xiao and Phantom any chance to escape. Ling Xiao raised his head and smiled. A blood soul talisman flew out from the top of his head. It was actually the blood soul sword talisman that was swallowed by the 18 hell talisman. Although this blood soul sword talisman was relatively weak, it had the terrifying power to kill a martial artist at the peak of the 18 hell level 1 yin-yang state. When Ling Xiao used it, the power was even more terrifying. Sword essence skyrocketed. Sword chi across autumn. Thousands of sword chi shot down from the sky. The dense swarm collided with the locust-like arrows and easily shattered the arrows. Then the sword chi fell into the crowd and began a one-sided massacre. Shrill screams sounded again. And this time, the sound was louder than before and the range was also larger. Nearly 1,000 people were injured by the terrifying sword chi and fell into a pool of blood. Chapter 3093. The Blood Soul Sword Talisman exploded with countless sword chi. The person who was responsible for killing Ling Xiao was either dead or injured. It was a complete defeat. Ling Xiao sat back down and drank with Phantom. He did not intend to leave so soon. Since he guessed that the top experts were not around, there would be no danger for the time being. He could make use of this opportunity to increase his strength. When it was time to leave, he would leave. But not now. Looks like it won't be as easy to kill Ling Xiao as we had imagined. Ling Xiao's strength is much stronger than we had expected. The crowd was whispering among themselves. More than 10,000 people from Tianjue Mansion came, but thousands of them died in an instant. It seemed like if Commander Tianju did not take action, there would be more casualties. Ling Xiao purposely sat there and drank. He was obviously mocking the people from Tianjue Mansion for being useless. Courting death. Commander, let me kill that brat. He's too arrogant. A deputy commander from Tianjue Mansion could not hold it in any longer. He was a rank 1 Yin Yang realm, level 18 of hell, but he had to endure such humiliation. How could he take it? You can't do it alone. Both of you, go together. Commander Tianju was already wary of Ling Xiao. He did not want his men to die. Since he had already lost face, it did not matter anymore. Sending 2 late-stage martial artists of the 18 levels of hell to deal with Ling Xiao should be enough to secure victory, right? Both of them were not weaker than Tianju's flower. Their combat experience was more than 10 years more than Tianju's flower. Commander, you think too highly of that brat. If word gets out that the two of us are going to deal with him, Tianjue Mansion's reputation will be tarnished. The deputy commander who spoke first said unhappily. Listen to my orders. Otherwise, I will do it myself. Commander Tianju said coldly. All right. Left with no choice, the 2 deputy commanders decided to join forces. At this moment, Ling Xiao stood up slowly. However, he did not ask Phantom for help. These 2 opponents were materials that he could use to increase his strength. Phantom could not get involved. Kill! The 2 of them roared and released their martial spirits. Long swords appeared in their hands as they attacked Ling Xiao from both sides. Ling Xiao did not transform either. He just stood there. He allowed the 2 of them to approach. When he felt that it was about time, he pointed 2 fingers at the 2 vice commanders. The black tortoise divine body automatically activated. The power of the earth gathered at his fingertip, forming a thin line that looked like a sharp sword chi. Ding! Ding! 2 crisp sounds were heard. This caused everyone to be shocked once again. Ling Xiao had actually blocked the attacks of 2 deputy commanders with just his fingers. Wasn't that a little too valiant? Oh, I'm coming. The energy that penetrated Ling Xiao's body from his fingertips instantly stimulated his potential to resist and fuse with it. Ling Xiao's cultivation C's energy had increased by a bit, but it was only about 1/10. It seemed that the opponent was still too weak. Otherwise, if the 2 of them attacked together, their energy should have increased by at least 10%. You 2 trash, you're not even as good as Tianju's scattering flower. Die. Since there was no help, Ling Xiao would not hold back. The terrifying withering force penetrated the opponent's long sword and instantly reached their bodies. The 2 vice commanders turned into dried corpses in an instant and fell to the ground. Then they shattered and turned into a pile of gravel. The scene was a little scary. What? The crowd of onlookers were all scared silly. The 2 vice commanders of Tianjue Mansion were killed by Ling Xiao in one move. Moreover, they died in such a strange way. Compared to a few days ago, Ling Xiao could not be mentioned in the same breath. Let me warn you guys. The current me has reached the early stage of level 18 of Hell in Yin Yang realm. Not the early stage of level 17 of Hell like a few days ago. You guys better think carefully before you attack. Ling Xiao looked at the people of Tianjue Mansion arrogantly and overbearingly. So his cultivation has broken through. But how did he improve so quickly? This speed is simply heaven-defying. The crowd discussed animatedly, and their view of Ling Xiao improved again. Just the early stage of level 18 of Hell in Yin Yang realm. What's there to be proud of? Go to hell. This time, Commander Tianju finally took action personally. Because he could not watch the morale of Tianjue Mansion's martial artists fall to the bottom. He had to fight for it. As he spoke, he rose into the air. This guy's martial soul was actually the same as Tianju's scattering flower. It was a giant palm, and it was as black as ink. As the martial soul bloomed, his aura instantly soared to the extreme. He did not hold back because he wanted Ling Xiao to die. Speed! Strength! Commander Tianju was definitely far beyond Tianju's scattering flower, so this attack was also extremely powerful. However, Ling Xiao still only revealed an indifferent smile. Seeing Commander Tianju attacking, he instantly entered the undying bird-beast soul transformation state. But he still did not take out his sword. He only blasted out with both palms. The palm wind contained strange fire and violent sand. Under the fusion, it was very strange. Boom! Ling Xiao's palms collided with Commander Tianju's palms. The ruins under his feet collapsed once again, and even a part of it directly turned into dust. Ling Xiao took a step back. Although Commander Tianju did not retreat, his face was very ugly. The heavenly flame had already charred his hands. The intense pain made him feel as if his heart and lungs were being torn apart. But he was not a weakling after all. He activated his internal force and directly shook off the strange fire. Floating in the air, he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. The surprise that Ling Xiao gave him was simply too great. He personally took action, but he could not kill the other party. It seemed that he had to work harder. Demon Buddha's hand fuse! Commander Tianju also chose martial soul fusion, and then fought with Ling Xiao again. The two fought from the ruins to the sky, and from the sky to the ruins. The onlookers were all dumbfounded and shocked. They also found it hard to believe that Ling Xiao was actually able to fight evenly with Commander Tianju. This was too hard to accept. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy had soared to 50% this time. This Commander Tianju in front of him was still very powerful. But that was the end of it. Xiao Jin, send him to death! Ling Xiao wanted to kill Commander Tianju, unless he entered the infinite heavenly rat beast soul transformation or continued for a long time. But he didn't want to waste that time. Anyway, he had Xiao Jin with him. Let Xiao Jin deal with it. It was just a mouthful of golden light. Retreat! Suddenly, Commander Tianju keenly felt danger. From Ling Xiao's beast ring, a terrifying golden light was released. This golden light definitely had the terrifying power to completely melt him. He retreated quickly. But it was still useless. He could only watch his body be completely wrapped in a ball of golden light. He couldn't escape and felt that his body was melting. Chapter 3094. He was one of the 3 commanders of the Tianju mansion, a martial artist at the peak of the 18th level of hell. He was extremely powerful. He was also extremely confident. However, at this moment, he could only watch as his body was being melted bit by bit. His life force was being drained away. The fear of watching himself die without being able to do anything about it made his body twitch and tremble. He was here to take revenge on Ling Xiao. He was here to take revenge for Tianju's scattered flowers. However, he never dreamed that more than half of the people he brought with him would die in the hands of his opponent. What kind of monster was this Ling Xiao? What kind of existence was he? The onlookers fell into a state of shock. They watched helplessly as Commander Tianju fell from the sky and struggled in the flames. After a few seconds, he was completely burned to ashes. Tianju died just like that. Wasn't he quite domineering just now? Wasn't he quite confident? He could have fought Ling Xiao to a standstill just now. How did he die so quickly? Could it be that Ling Xiao was just playing with him? Ling Xiao's cultivation is definitely not at the early stage of the 18th level of hell. I suspect that he has reached the first life-seizing stage. Otherwise, how could he kill Tianju so easily? I think so too. Could he have been pretending to be weak all along? From the moment he arrived in Tianju City, Tianju Mansion was destined to be destroyed. This was the thought of the onlookers. At the same time, this was also the thought of the martial artists of Tianju Mansion. At this moment, they were extremely frightened. They looked at Ling Xiao with fear in their eyes. Run! How could they win against a life-sizer? Therefore, soon, some of the martial artists had the idea of running away. A group of people fled frantically. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao had no intention of chasing them. He had already killed the mastermind who came for revenge, so he was too lazy to kill more. Of course, if they dared to cause trouble for him again, Ling Xiao would definitely not show any mercy at that time. Ling Xiao, should we leave now? Phantom asked. Don't worry, the best part is yet to come. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile as he continued to drink. Just the Heaven's End grade commander was enough to increase his cultivation C's energy by 50%. What would happen if even stronger people arrived? After a short while, the people from the Tianju mansion who were still in the Tianju city all came out. Some of the people who had escaped earlier had disappeared. They were probably running for their lives. But there was still a part that came back. Among them were the vice commanders. Looks like they're really prepared to die. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. These vice commanders had returned, and he had to kill them. The crowd retreated once again, opening up a path for the people from Tianju Palace. This time, the person who came to make trouble for Ling Xiao was a woman. This woman was dignified and beautiful. Her appearance gave off the feeling of a well-bred young lady. Isn't that Princess Tianjue? She was the princess of the Sword Dynasty and had married the Tianju king. She's also very powerful. Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to not give face to her. After all, who would dare to touch the princess of the Sword Dynasty? Among the crowd, there were people who recognized the woman, and they all cried out in alarm. Princess? Princess? Ling Xiao smiled. He was afraid that today was not going to be kind. He had killed someone else's son, and she had come to avenge him. How could he be kind? Rumor had it that Princess Tianjue's strength was second only to the Tianju king in the Tianju mansion. Although she hadn't reached the life-seizing realm, her fighting strength was definitely more terrifying than the three commanders. You're Ling Xiao? You killed my son Tianju Flower? Princess Tianjue stood under the ruins, looking at Ling Xiao and scolding him. That's right. That little bastard deserved to die. He raped a good woman and wanted to kill me. Isn't it fair that I killed him? Ling Xiao said indifferently. My son, even if he humiliates your woman in front of you, you can't kill him. You don't even have the right to hit him. Princess Tianjue said coldly. Hee, how shameless. What a shameless woman! It seems that your Tianju family is all the same. Tianju, I think Tianju wants your family to die. Ling Xiao didn't intend to kill the woman. After all, it was natural for a mother to care about her son. However, he didn't expect Princess Tianjue to say such shameless words. This woman would be a disaster for his mother if he kept her alive. He guessed that most of the women Tianju Flower played with were related to this woman. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, Princess Tianjue said coldly. Whether I have the ability or not, you'll know after you try. Phantom, Xiaojin, kill! Those who just left and returned, don't leave a single one alive. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and his figure instantly disappeared. As for Xiaojin and Phantom, they turned into two beams of light, one golden and one black. They plunged into the crowd and began a massacre. Ling Xiao faced Princess Tianjue. In less than a minute, Ling Xiao and Princess Tianjue exchanged dozens of moves, and it could be said that he was at a disadvantage. But at the same time, the energy in his sea of cultivation had soared to 90%. Princess Tianju was really powerful. She was definitely a genius-level warrior. She was much stronger than Commander Tianju at the same cultivation level. Stop! Ling Xiao instantly returned to the ruins. Xiaojin and Phantom also flew back there. On the ground, it was a mess. Those who had returned from Tianjue Palace were all killed, and their corpses fell to the ground. Do you think you can stop and fight just because you want to? Seeing so many people on her side being killed, Princess Tianjue was furious. She flew up and attacked Ling Xiao, trying to kill Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, The storage ring on Ling Zhao's finger suddenly released a terrifying heat. Princess Tianjue was shocked and hurriedly retreated back to her original position. She was extremely shocked. What was that just now? It actually made her feel the threat of death. She couldn't help but be afraid. She ordered all her subordinates not to move, and just surrounded Ling Xiao and Phantom. She seemed to be waiting for something. Not long after, suddenly, a group of black-clothed people flew in the sky. The aura of these people was a bit like young Master Yu Ling. It made people feel cold and sinister, as well as terrifying. There were also nearly 1,000 people. It turns out that Princess Tianjue was waiting for the people of Mansion of Spirits. They actually want to join forces to deal with Ling Xiao. Everyone suddenly realized. Yes, young Master Yu Ling was killed. How could the people of Mansion of Spirits just stand by and watch? They must come today. If they didn't kill Ling Xiao, how could they give up? Princess Tianjue, why don't you make a move? The leader of the Mansion of Spirits, seeing Princess Tianjue standing there and only surrounding but not attacking, couldn't help but ask in confusion. Chapter 3095. Ghost Mermaid! Are you here? Where's your master? Princess Tianjue was a little disappointed when she saw him. Hearing this, Ghost Mermaid was a little unhappy. He glanced at Princess Tianjue and said, Why, as one of the 3 Grand Elders of Mansion of Spirits, I'm not worthy of your attention. Although Ghost Mermaid was a little afraid of Princess Tianjue, it was not because of her strength, but because of the existence of King Tianjue. Otherwise, he would have already made his move after hearing what this woman had said. Although young Master Spectre was the son of the Master, he was also his grandson. He was the disciple that he cultivated. But he was killed by Ling Xiao. Of course, he had to come. As for his master, of course, he was going for the Ice Supreme Catalogue. There were many strong people gathered in Tianjue ancient ruins now. Elder Ghost Mermaid, you must be joking. It's not that I don't think you're qualified, but that Ling Xiao is really difficult to deal with. Princess Tianjue frowned and said. She didn't show any mercy when she fought with Ling Xiao. Although she had the upper hand, she still couldn't take him down. And at the last time, the terrible heat released from Ling Xiao's storage ring even made her feel the threat of death. That was really terrifying. She had to be careful. If that's the case, you don't have to worry. Just stand aside and watch. I'll kill him. Ghost Mermaid seemed to be quite disdainful of Princess Tianjue and said coldly. Princess Tianjue reminded him. You have to pay the price for underestimating the enemy. Humph, you don't have to remind me. I have my reasons. Ghost Mermaid said coldly. Princess Tianjue was unhappy, but considering that they had the same goal today, she didn't say anything. And she had thought about it. With her and Ghost Mermaid here, even if Ling Xiao was difficult to deal with, he shouldn't be so powerful. You too, if you want to kill him, how can you leave me out? Just when Princess Tianjue and Ghost Mermaid were about to join hands to deal with Ling Xiao, a voice suddenly came from afar. A man was wrapped in black clothes. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in bandages, only showing a pair of eyes. There was a ghost fire burning in his eyes. He landed, standing between Ghost Mermaid and Princess Tianjue. Who the hell are you? How dare you sit on the same level as the two of us? The Ghost Mermaid had a hot temper. He didn't dare to touch Princess Tianjue, but he wouldn't give any face to this man. He actually brandished a long sword in his hand and stabbed it towards the person who had come. The man turned around, looked at Ghost Mermaid, then suddenly reached out a hand. That hand was also wrapped in bandages, coiled in black mist. It exuded an extremely eerie and terrifying aura. Rumble! This time, the two of them were actually evenly matched. That surprised Ghost Mermaid greatly. Now, am I qualified? The person sneered. Who are you? Hiding the head and showing the tail is not a good man. Ghost Mermaid frowned and said. He didn't want to fight anymore. The other party was indeed very strong. He felt that the other party was even stronger than him. Hero? We besieged a junior, we weren't good men. The newcomer said sarcastically. But I can tell you, my name is Amami Unio. I was once the emperor of the White Tiger continent. My son, Amami Tyranny, was also a first-rate genius of the White Tiger continent. But the appearance of one person caused me to lose my homeland, making me either human nor ghost. He thought I was dead, but I turned into a ghost and was reborn. Today, I'm here to take revenge. The person you're talking about isn't that kid Ling Xiao, right? Ghost Mermaid asked. Yes, it's him. I've been looking for his whereabouts, but this kid is very smart. He basically didn't use the moves he used in the White Tiger continent. But not long ago, he met the thief Long Chun and Cold Plum of the Heavenly Empire, which made me finally confirm it. He's that Ling Xiao. That Ling Xiao who disappeared after becoming a demon. He didn't die, but entered the reincarnation and came to the Black Tortoise continent. Amami Unio looked at Ling Xiao gloomily. The ghost fire in his eyes had turned blood red, revealing an extremely strong hatred and resentment. Hee, Amami Unio? I really didn't know that was your name. Since you were lucky enough to survive, you should obediently spend the rest of your life. Why did you come here to seek death? Ling Xiao thought of this person. Wasn't it the king of the Amami? Amami Tyranny's father. He thought that this guy was already dead, but he didn't expect that not only was he not dead, his strength seemed to have become stronger. Back then, this guy's strength was much stronger than his. Now that he entered the reincarnation cycle, he was caught up by him. It could be seen that things like talent were still very important. Seeking death? The one who's going to die today is you. Arrogant kid, do you think you're still the same as before, with that Moon Maiden protecting you? Amami Unio roared. Moon Maiden's name, is it something you're qualified to mention? Ling Xiao said coldly. Looking at your current appearance, you're either human nor ghost. I'm afraid that you've cultivated some weird martial arts. You're willing to go all out for revenge, but today, unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Why do you think I dared to reveal my true identity? Why do you think I've been hiding for so long, but now I'm not hiding anymore? It's because I'm no longer afraid of you former enemies. Ling Xiao, this guy, why does he still look so confident? He's facing 3 martial artists at the peak of Yin Yang Realm's 18 levels of hell. And these 3 are all stronger than the previous commander Tianju. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, looked at his calm expression, and found it hard to understand. At this time, how could Ling Xiao still be so calm? Was he really confident, or was he just bluffing? How about it, the two of you, give him to me, I've waited for this day for too long. Amami Unio said to Princess Tianju and Gui Xiao. As long as he can die, I don't care. Gui Xiao shook his head. He only wanted Ling Xiao to die, as for who killed him, he didn't care. Me too. Princess Tianju knew that she couldn't kill Ling Xiao, so she might as well do him a favor and give Ling Xiao's life to Amami Unio. Thank you. Amami Unio took a step forward, and suddenly released black shadows under his feet. These black shadows touched the dead martial artists of Tianju's mansion and made them stand up. As long as there were corpses, they all stood up again. Resurrection of the dead? No, they'd become zombies! People were surprised to find that Amami Unio could make the dead martial artists fight for him. This should be the power of his martial soul. You said that I've cultivated a weird martial art, you're wrong. Amami Unio looked at Ling Xiao and said, the reason why I'm like this is because after I reincarnated, I even changed my martial soul. My current martial soul is Undead Warlock. It can control the dead. Just wait to be tortured to death by my undead warriors. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.